that child. It's not allowed in any hospitals. So that's why I say it can't be in a hospital or a clinic. But I've done it, and I've shared my love with these families, and they've shared their love with me. I've learned so many cultural things, seen so many wonderful things. And by the way, I'm still catching babies, and I'm still traveling, and I'm still teaching. So if you want to learn more about being a traveling midwife, because I need more traveling midwives, there's more demand than I can make, go to my website. It's Midwife Without Borders. Tell me your stories. Tell me your dreams. Maybe I can help you have them. So with that, that's all I have to say. I love you all. You're wonderful.
Thank you so much, Gail. Wonderful, fantastic words, like always. We have to learn from you. Please, if anybody has questions, write in chat box. If you want, even you can turn on your video and ask from Gail.
No questions. I know. I guess you could ask me, how I get to do all this stuff, but I can only answer that longer term.
We have 10 minutes time. If you want to ask question, please ask any question, any doubt, any experience. Yeah, please. Yes.
When I hear there's no in some countries, I find that very sad.
Is anybody raising hand, please?
I could hear someone then, but I couldn't see who it was. It didn't flash on my computer. Please do speak again.
All right, I'll talk.
Utah.
I have a question. Because, Gail, I appreciate your work very much. And I'm a big lover of home birth because I've done home birth. So I understand exactly where you're coming from. It's the most peaceful environment for giving birth. There is no doubt. However, there's countries where we know home birth is even illegal, like Hungary. Yeah. And so, for me, I also see the bigger picture. I love your aspect of birth and I'm all with you. But I also think we have to get up and stand up for those countries that do not offer this choice. And you and me also know, even that you go in countries where, you're not registered. But I feel also the thing is, there's a bigger picture to that, because we know in the world, in countries where we have midwives, where we have home birth, for instance, our liability insurance is going up like crazy, makes it almost impossible. Yeah. And so, for me, I want to see the bigger picture. And I want to hear what is your aspect on that.
Well, as I say, the demand has got to come from the consumers, Donna. We cannot, there's not enough midwives, there's not enough voices to change the laws, to change the rules, and to change the regulation. The only thing that changes it is money and power, and we all know this. So political power, money power, consumers taking their money away from a hospital that is being abusive, spreading the word, hiring a midwife to come in and do a home birth, because this is how we create change. You cannot just go along with the rules and the laws in your country, ladies. You can't, because it'll take another 50 years to change everything. And I just don't have that many years left. So I'm putting my life on the line to go into a country and to deliver a baby. But I've never had troubles. I've communicated with the doctors there. I work with the doctors there. They say, oh, we don't have a home birth midwife in our country. And I say, no, would you like to come and see and watch? But you can't always work within the system. Somebody has to step outside the system. Because when wrong is being done, it doesn't make it right to say, I'm going to work at it politically. it takes too long. How many more years do you want a woman to be abused in a hospital you know that is doing wrong things, not even evidence-based care? How can you watch that? I can't watch that anymore. And I have a lot of women that I work with that they can't watch it either. So I have to say, it has to come from the consumer. And if the consumer wants me to come and deliver her, and then the word spreads around, I deliver other 10 people, then those 10 will tell 10, who tell 10, who will tell 10. Has to be the consumer. Cannot be arguing with the doctors, arguing with the hospitals, arguing with the bureaucrats. They will not change. They will, because of money, power, they're jealous. They don't want women to have, they don't want this, they don't like this, they won't surrender. Now, the few doctors that we have contacted, we all meet wonderful guys. We all meet wonderful women, doctors, but they're one or two, and they're not going to give your lady the birth that she wants or that you want her to have when they have 15 peer pressure doctors saying, you do that, you're out of our hospital. They're not. Somehow the woman has to say, I'm not coming to your hospital because you won't let me do what I know is right based on evidence-based care. I'm out of here. I'm sorry, it has to come from the consumer. So I support the consumer having the birth they want, so then they have the joy to share with other women. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much, dear Gail. I think because of COVID and Rona policies, many countries started to think about home birth. And I heard some countries, they are sending their proposal to us to train their midwives to become as an individual trained midwife, and they can handle and manage home birth. So it is a maybe good news after COVID. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think we can go for next speaker, Dr. Kate.
Oh, I think we had one more question actually.
One more question, sure. Okay.
Rawand, I'm so conscious of name. Rawand, do you have a question? You had your hand up. Please ask Gail your question.
Hi, Mrs. Gill. How are you? Hi, I'm Rowan. It was interesting hearing what you had to say about natural birth being at home. My question to you is, has there ever been a situation where you were giving a natural birth at home and you had a situation where you had to go to the hospital and maybe the woman giving birth had to have a C-section, for example?
Yes, I have. Of course I have. But no matter where I go, I make those arrangements, even in a country where I'm not legal. I make these arrangements. But my C-section rate is like 2%. And I'm doing twins at home, breechers at home, and I'm doing a lot of vaginal births after C-section at home. So I screen my ladies very well. We are on a Zoom meeting every month during their pregnancy. Sometimes I even get to talk with their doctor or their local midwife. It's a team. I sort of need a team. Some people, we don't talk to their doctor because their doctor is like not going to be, but they need prenatal care. I have handled things at home. I've handled hemorrhage at home. I've handled many things at home. And I've had to transport for people that are just, that's it, I need an epidural, I'm tired. I've had things, but to be honest, I don't think, I've had hemorrhages at home and we got the bleeding stopped, and then we did, and gave her an IV, and then we did take her to the hospital, but.
So do you usually have medical professionals with you? And
No, I'm a medical professional. professional.
I meant like in the sense of, you were saying doctors and hospitals and stuff like that, and relative to doing these procedures. I'm not sure how complicated they are. Yeah,
well, no, I can do anything except a C-section.
Okay.
I was in private practice. We were trained as direct entry midwives to be independent practitioners. We could do pretty much everything except surgery, because obstetricians are surgeons. They're not natural birth doctors. It's like going to a brain surgeon because you got a headache.
Yeah, I agree. It's just
Yeah,
I'm
so
wondering about the
ladies are-
availability of experienced midwives like yourself around the world. That's why you might be traveling around the world and you have your website, which is a great thing to get everybody
because
out there.
Yes, because what I need is I need experienced midwives like Judah, like Diane. Diane's doing the same thing in Uganda. There are women out there that have years and years of experience, but now they're willing to travel and go and help. And we teach. I go there and I teach when I'm there. I teach the little village midwife. She can't read, but I can teach her how to resuscitate an infant. We are abandoning those who serve by saying, and I'm fighting with the World Health Organization, by the way, about this, because I can do that from Zoom. The thing is that they want to get a whole bunch of midwives. Like you just heard the man from Saudi Arabia that said they need 20,000 midwives. But you know the kind of midwife they want? Ones that are trained by doctors that only have been trained in a hospital. You take that lady and put her in a back village and she doesn't have the fetal monitor beside her or a needle, she can't do it. I train people to serve where they're needed. And that can be done in 12 months to 18 months. We could take somebody from scratch and teach them to save thousands of babies. But the World Health Organization keeps wanting the certified nurse midwives that take 4 years. You take a young girl out of a village and train her for 4 years, she doesn't want to go back. She wants the city now. She wants the money there. She wants all the assistance there. I want to take the village midwife who's delivered half the village and give her some more skills. Increase her skills so she can save more lives because she wants to serve in her community. That's what Diane's doing. That's where my passion is. I want to take the village midwife and give her some more skills. And then I serve my people in their own home. And there's a big demand for what I'm doing, and I just can't do it all. So I wrote a book. I wrote a book on Tales of a Traveling Midwife. It's just gone up on Amazon yesterday. That's how new it is. So, but I'd love to come and help you, and I'd love to come and help your country. And if you have friends that want a home birth, you just call me. I'll be there.
Definitely will. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rawand. And okay, over to you, Dr. Kate. Let's go for next guest speaker. Thank you, Gail.
Okay, Gail, before we move on, it would be great if you could share your link to your book in the chat so anyone who wants to know more can find your book easily, because that sounds like an excellent resource. So let's move on to... Oh, sorry.
I'll move it on. I don't know how to share it in the chat because I don't even see a chat, but Lillie can share it with you when you want.
Fantastic. We'll find it. So our next speaker, Dr. Farzana Golboni, are you there? Can you switch your camera on so that we can see you? Ah, fantastic. Hi, you're so welcome. So Dr. Farzana is a faculty member of the Ministry of Health of Medical Education in Iran. She is a board member of the Scientific Association of Midwifery in Iran and an ICM member since 2017. Farzana, we are so pleased to welcome you to join and share your experiences of midwifery practice in Iran. And I hand over to you.
Hi, Kate. Hello, everyone. Happy International Day of Midwives. I'm Dr. Farzana Golboni, faculty member of Ministry of Health and board member of Scientific Association of Midwifery, ICM member from Iran. And I want to tell something about the midwives' activity during the pandemic in Iran. And as you know, during the last year, we saw everything change around the world. And I think Corona proved much more than connected, proved us we are much more than connected that we imagine. And the role of the midwives in the pandemic was really commendable. In Iran, as in many other countries, midwives had an important role to provide safe and best care during outbreak alongside with other health professionals. With all bad effects and all loss during this pandemic, our experience showed that much more good collaboration between health professionals against COVID-19. And we also saw more friendship and solidarity between health professionals. The role of nurses and midwives became more projected than before. And last year, Iranian midwives performed more than 17% of deliveries in all settings. And this is a good data that show the important role of midwives in health-related data. The ICM theme for 2021 is the follow data, invest in midwives, emphasizes the role of midwives in health-related data. So my friends, I provide you some data of midwives' activity during COVID-19 outbreak in my country. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, midwives have served in 3 different areas, including primary health care and hospitals and call centers as a consultant. In primary health care level, collaborating with other health workers, more than 15,000 midwives have served at various levels of rural and urban primary health care facilities, district health centers, and maternity facility centers. In addition to routine pregnancy care and routine tasks, working in 17 hours health care centers, that calling centers, and consult with mothers and other peoples who have any concern. They participated in telephone screening of COVID-19 and for more than 78 million of Iranian people. They have screened more than 500,000 of pregnant mothers in 2 rounds of telephone and face screening, and have done follow-up more than 4,000 suspicious cases in this level. And the other level, in hospitals, we have more than 17,000 midwives working hospital across our country. They are working in the labor, postpartum, high-risk maternity, neonatal, and NIDCAP wards. As all hospitals have been accepting pregnant unconditionally, so all midwives have been involved during the current pandemic, and more than 5,000 of these midwives, around 30%, have been active in COVID-19 referral hospital during the first 2 months of outbreak. Nearly more than 1,000 midwives have also volunteered help other health staff in another wards in referral hospitals. Since the beginning of outbreak, more than 72,000 pregnant mothers visited at referral hospitals, and more than 200,000 of mothers visited in non-referral hospitals, inpatient and outpatient, and 885 cases out of the total visited cases were suspicious to COVID-19. In addition to the routine task of midwifery, such as including performing vaginal delivery, postpartum care, and they have also taken care of mothers who were considered as suspicious and or confirmed cases of COVID-19 during labor time and after that. So, and after the next area that we work as a midwife in Iran, telephone-based midwifery services as a consultant. At the same time, telephone-based midwifery services or midwife consultants started working from beginning of outbreak. And they were active answering inquiries concerned of people, especially pregnant and lactating mothers, with the aim of reducing the unnecessary visit to the health center. And increasing the people and mother awareness and the knowledge, and reduce the level of anxiety and stress during this outbreak. Faculty members and other staffs, midwifery staffs, provided necessary technical advices during 24 hours telephone centers. And so far, over more than 100,000 phone calls have been answered by 600 faculty members and 300 experts. And the number of infected midwives, unfortunately, over 1,000 midwives, and we lost 18 of them. As a faculty member of Ministry of Health, I think some option for changes and adoption in women care during COVID-19 pandemic is very important. For all countries. We in Iran performed some strategies for the better care and the best and safe care for mothers. Preparing national guidelines and risk assessment for staffs, midwives, and in all settings, hospitals, health centers, and other private centers. Self-care and self-isolation is very important part of our strategies. Change layout of ward, entrance and exit of hospitals for mothers, increasing the number of beds for possible COVID-19, medical and emotional support for women and their babies, and 24 hours call center for consulting all people and separate telephone line for pregnant women. I finished my statement, and thank you for thank you for Lillie Center for this opportunity for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so fascinating to hear your data, and actually, of course, I'm a researcher, so I am interested in data naturally, but that is the theme of the International Day of the Midwife this year, follow the data. So it's so great to hear your data from Iran. That's just fascinating.
Thank you so much.
Does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask? Please do feel free and unmute or type in the chat. Gail, you have a question, please. Well, I think you're muted again. Syed, please, could you help us?
Okay, yes, I'm very interested in how you handled the COVID in Iran, because right now I'm in Belize, which is a very developing country. Yes. And I also know how they handled them in Canada, but did you allow the mothers to keep their babies with them in Iran? Like the baby stayed with the mother even if she was positive?
Yes, in our new guidelines, keeping mothers and babies together, and attachment, first attachment is very important, and we have a separate guideline for skin to skin attachment, and this is a rule in our wards.
Okay. So the babies got to stay with you. They didn't get separated. And then because some countries are doing, like, you can't breastfeed your baby, you can't keep the baby. It was awful, just awful.
No. This is, we have a separate guideline for skin to skin touch.
So they can do that. They can have skin to skin touch, no? Yes.
Yes.
And they can breastfeed their babies.
Yes, breastfeeding,
Oh,
and
you're wonderful. You're wonderful.
and they are not separated.
Good.
They are
Perfect.
never separated together.
That's wonderful. That's very nice to hear. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
How is the pandemic going in Iran now? I've not heard about this. We are improving in the UK, but I wonder the situation around the world.
Unfortunately, we have not in good situation because we have 4 peaks of this outbreaks, and we have the bad situation of the coronavirus and new type of virus such as Indian type and British type and another type of yes. And Wuhan type, we have more type of this virus, and we challenge with them, you know, and unfortunately we don't have enough vaccine for public vaccination.
Oh,
And
tough.
oh, sorry. Please, Gail, so sorry.
Daniel said that's tough if you get all these variants, but oh well. We midwives and doctors just keep on and right?
We have to.
Yes, we do, dear. Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, the pandemic has brought so many negative aspects, but it sounds like the telemedicine aspect has really, you've managed to use that successfully in Iran. I wonder if you could share the lessons that you've learned about telemedicine or whatever else you've learned from practicing during this pandemic.
Sure, and I sent our experience to Leila and our package and our guideline, and share to all of midwives around the world that they want to this day.
Thank you so much. I will share with everybody.
Thank you so much, Leila.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It's very fantastic. We are so proud of you.
I wonder if we should move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much. That was just fascinating.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gulbani, and for your beautiful presentation. You are Shiro of Iran, and I know very nice digital midwifery plus telemedicine is going on in Iran. We have started many online prescription, and our health centers, Iran Ministry of Health and Government started many online and distance checkup for all of Iranian clients. I will share with you later with all details. Okay, let's go for next speaker, our Lillie Excellence Center Scientific Board, and one Shiro, one rich trained midwife, and who done many beautiful work in Uganda. She's founder of Amani Family Center in Uganda, consultant midwife. She's sick children's and neonatal nurse. She's home birth, water birth specialist, HIV in pregnancy specialist, IBCLC lactation consultant. This is nobody than Diane Lockhart. Welcome, Diane.
Yeah, what is it? Cuckoo? Okay, I'll take the swing over.
Can we mute Gail?
Yeah, we will make it. So.
Good evening, everybody. This Zoom thing is a very new thing for me, so it's so exciting. Just as people have been logging on, I've been writing down all the countries that people are coming from, and it just amazes me. UK, US, Peru, Uganda, Germany, Iran, Saudi, India, Dubai, Cambodia, UAE, and New York. I mean, those are just a few of them that I've seen. So it's really, really exciting to be here. And thank you, Lillie, for organizing this. It's really wonderful. I'm not going to talk about myself. I'm going to talk about something that has been my heart for so long. And I think, Gail, you and I should have sat together and done a joint presentation because we're talking about almost exactly the same thing. I want to focus on a word that Gail actually said, and that word is love. And you'll see as time goes on, I'm going to speak briefly, and then I'm going to show you a short video which demonstrates really what I am about in Uganda. A very famous obstetrician who we've hopefully all heard of, Grantley Dick Reid. I'm just going to open with a quote. "It is a great crime to leave a woman alone in her agony and deny her relief from her suffering, as it is to insist upon the dulling the consciousness of a natural mother who desires above all things to be aware of the final reward for her efforts, whose ambition is to be in full possession of her senses when the infant who she already adores," I just love that, "the infant who she already adores greets her with its first loud cry and the soft touch of its restless body upon her limbs." I think if I close my eyes, I can feel the emotion of that quote, especially in relation to the mums that I look after. As I was introduced, I am working in Uganda. I do home birth and water birth, primarily for expats who are used to that type of birth. So it's a really wonderful experience, but my main work is in a Mani Family Centre. I opened a Mani Family Centre about 4 years ago, and it was basically based on the fearful stories that I would hear. It's a well-known fact that fear in childbirth can have a profound impact on women's experience and their ability to birth naturally without intervention. Unfortunately, in too many settings today, and I think we've all seen it, women, they start their journeys with preconceived ideas and fears based on what they are told, the stories they hear, and the environments that they are expected to travel that journey in. And for us, one of the big problems is judgment of these women. Today in my clinic, I had a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old who are just both devastated. They were both impregnated through rape, and they've chosen to keep their babies, and they know the judgments that they are going to get in their community. And that experience is all too common here in Uganda, where mothers actually choose to stay at home and birth either unassisted or with an unskilled carer. The high mortality and morbidity death rate, often caused by lack of skilled care, leads to the belief that birth is a dangerous process simply because of fear. And hospitals, they increase that fear even more in Uganda because women have to pay bribes to get cared for. They have to provide their own supplies. And in one of our best hospitals, the cesarean section rate is 74%. So there's a serious mistrust in women's bodies that they can actually deliver their babies just naturally without any intervention. Like I said, I founded a Mani Centre about 4 years ago, having heard so many such stories where women vocalised their desperate desire to be cared for with compassion and dignity, and the dignity they deserve, and with no fear and at no cost. So when they come to us, they pay no money. And a Mani is Swahili for peaceful, and that's exactly what we strive to do. We are a birth centre based in a slum community in Kampala, where we care for some of the most at-risk and vulnerable mothers in Uganda. Many mothers who attend do so alone and are coming from a place of great previous loss and frightening experiences. So very much linking in with a lot of what's already said, Jutta and Gail, in terms of trauma, the experiences of trauma. and abuse. Abuse is the best word to use because that's what it sometimes is. We provide a very high standard of low technological but sound evidence-based care using innate skills of a midwife. And just to add to what Rowan was asking, but do midwives work alone and what happens if we have an emergency? Midwives are the most skilled people at working in low technological situations and dealing with these emergencies without the use of technology. My birth centre has no doctor. I often work there alone, especially at night time. And there has never been an emergency that in labour that I have had to transfer because we have not been able to manage with simple, basic emergency skills. And in 4 years since we've been opened, we can boast 100% live, healthy mum and baby rate for those mothers who have birthed with us. So for every mother that has come to us and has delivered their baby with us, we have never lost a mother and we've never lost a baby. And in this country, that's quite a feat. But there are 5 main factors that we work with in terms of saving and protecting mothers' lives. The first and most important and most vital component is our relationship with these mothers. We believe and we have evidence to show how building a strong trust and rapport with our mothers encourages them to attend regularly, cooperate with our advice, especially when it comes to health promotion. Many of our mothers are very young teenage mothers. They're working in sex trade or in situations where they are one of multiple women in their relationship, which are often HIV positive or even abusive situations. So being available to them for free testing, having open, dignified and compassionate environment, non-judgment opportunity for them to share with us their stories, helps us to support and protect them in every aspect throughout their pregnancy. The second aspect is very good risk assessment. Every mother that passes through our doors has a very complete history taken, including full medical, obstetric and social history. And only then can we get a full picture and enable timely referral. I think Dr. Ahmed talked about that as well, making sure that care was given in the right place. That's so important. Our third aspect is monitoring in labour. And it's quite amazing how many facilities do not have a concept of the importance of this. As a result, women are left in long drawn out labours with climbing blood pressures, decreasing fetal heart rates, resulting in a high number of fresh stillbirths and maternal mortality and morbidity. Simple observation, using our eyes, our ears, our hands and our senses of a mother's behaviour, blood pressure checks, fetal heart checks, and spending time with the mother can make all the difference. And of course, every situation that we have, we use as a training situation. Every emergency we have a debrief and we train. And the midwives, the 2 midwives that I have are very, very quickly learning new skills, which has just made all the difference. Things like delayed cord clamping, basic neonatal resuscitation. We can't pull the bell for the pediatrician to come in. We just have to work with what we have. We have an oxygen cylinder, we have a bag and mask, and yet we've never lost a baby, even though a couple have been close. Timely referral, number 4, is so important. There was a report done by Maternity Alliance, and it talked about how the delays there are 3 delays in maternity care that lead to the death of both mothers and babies. And one of those delays is in timely referral. And it goes without saying, but here that requires supportive transport. We provide money for them to transport. We provide the transport if we're able to. And of course, making sure they are totally informed consent and that sound decision that we have sound decision-making skills and that those mothers and families are involved in the decisions that they make for their care. And finally, again, most importantly, is partnership with other specialists. I don't believe that any of us are so experienced that we can work as an individual, just on our own. We have to work with other people. We have to continue to learn. And we have formed some strong relationships with other professionals that allows us to give a high standard of multidisciplinary and immediate care for our mothers without delay. Although this has to be paid for in the hospital that we use, we have been able, through the donors that fund us, we've been able to raise an emergency fund. And we also aren't pushed to pay that bill before the mother. A lot of hospitals here, as soon as you go into the hospital, you have to pay money, whereas we don't have to pay money until we're actually bringing the mother out of the hospital. But we can be assured that all the care that they receive is of a very high standard. We are able to get scans done. We work closely with the police. And it's so important. Simple basic skills. I think the whole emphasis of the clinic is that we use simple basic skills of a midwife. And I think that's why being a midwife is so wonderful, because we haven't lost those skills. If you look at the age-old profession of midwifery, they didn't have scans, they didn't have Dopplers, they didn't have blood tests, they didn't have all these things. And we in Uganda are actually without a lot of those. We don't test our mothers' bloods routinely, we don't scan routinely, and yet our basic skills and risk assessment have been able to save hundreds of lives. In COVID, we delivered 400 babies. 400 babies for 2 midwives is quite amazing. So what I just want to do, if I've got time, I just want to show you a very short video. This was a video that was done for our main donors. And again, going back to what Gail was saying, is love is the most important thing in our work. And certainly with these mothers, we have to show them love. And our campaign this year is called Love Another Mother. So please enjoy the video. I think Saeed, if you could put it on for me. We are doing, just one moment. IT team are uploading that. I guess, yeah, it takes time.
Growing up, I saw like mothers, especially in the villages, were having fear to birth. Some of them would lose lives. Many of them couldn't like get proper help or proper care. Yeah, so that would really like make me feel like I should be part of the team that helps them. We don't deliver babies, but mothers deliver babies. We're just there to help them, to just encourage them, to just help them through the process.
So with the healthcare in Uganda, the statistics say that 1 in every 49 mothers, they die of pregnancy-related complications due to childbirth, caused by many things: obstruction, bleeding, preeclampsia, diseases that are meant to be monitored at antenatal and aren't being picked up at those antenatal checks. In terms of babies, the number of babies dying is much higher. And we are so proud that since we opened our doors 4 years ago, we've never lost a mother and we've never lost a baby during the care that we have been given them. This work is really important in this community because there are so many mothers that cannot gain access to the hospitals for various reasons. One of which is that when they go to the other hospitals, they have to pay money and they have to bring a lot of supplies. So when they come to us, they get their free care, they get their supplies, things that they can't afford to bring, and they also get free transfer. If something was to happen, we can take them to the hospitals.
There is nothing that we wouldn't do to make sure that these mothers are safe, dignified, cared for and supported. So we always do and try put ourselves in their shoes to make sure that they are totally and definitely safe. At Amani, our biggest aim is to build an environment for every mother, for each and every mother in this community to give birth in peace, in love, and give them the dignity they deserve, just like any mother elsewhere.
Very beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for playing that. I hope that demonstrates what, who and what we are. Actually, the last bit of the video has been cut off, and Rebecca, the midwife, who's featured there, her last words are of course, this was a fundraising video, and her last sentence was, "By supporting us, you help us love another mother," which is the ultimate aim of the video. And just quite poignantly for us, that video is very special to us because the little baby, the newborn who is featured, with her rubbing the little foot and the syringe feeding, we lost that baby at 6 weeks. Unfortunately, that baby was born with gastroschisis. So the intestines outside, and despite surgery, despite continued care, unfortunately, we lost her at 6 weeks from sepsis and wound infection and malnutrition as well. So, but thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And I wish everybody a really happy International Day of the Midwife.
Thank you so much, Diane. I'm touched. This is amazing and humane. My eyes are full of tears, and I would do everything to help you continue your mission. We are so proud of you. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear friend, if you have any question, please write or ask to turn on your video. Dr. Abdul Malik, yes, please.
She has to.
Who?
Diane has to.
Oh, I can't.
Diane has to. Diane.
Okay, yes, doctor, please. You ask your question, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Abdul, we can hear you now. Please, can you ask your question?
Ma'am, actually, you know, I have been asked to give some detail about myself, but my chat has been blocked. I cannot give in writing. So I want to give more details what I'm doing, what I am, and what institutions and what kind of programs we are imparting in
Okay,
India.
no problem.
Yeah. So I want to give, but my chat is not functioning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Abdul, so we will give just one or two questions for Diane, and then we will come back to you. Is that okay?
Yes, okay, fine, ma'am. Yeah, right.
Gail,
India, as you, yes, and you know India very well, and in India, midwifery and nursing is a very much in need country. India is a very huge country, and there are so many villages, there are so many remote areas, and even a place like cities, the number of nurses are not available, midwives are not available in plenty. Keeping this in view, we started a nursing college, BSc nursing, paramedicals, and you know, physiotherapists and all, and we are giving our best and training, and they are working in many leading hospitals in the government sector, in the private sector. But nevertheless, what we are doing is not complete, and we have to collaborate, and we have to exchange ideas, and what expertise you have and what we have need to be collaborate. Otherwise, also this is the age of the collaborations, and there's wonderful, you know, informations that we got today in this webinar meeting. You know, it really, you know, I mean, so inspiring that, you know, we have a wonderful people working for the mankind, for the development of the, I mean, masses. So to make it very effectively management and sharing of the ideas, sharing, sharing of the, you know, our knowledge is very, very, very important. And this is the beginning, and we'll do that. India is a very huge country, and there are lots of challenges, and more institutions are required, more programs are required. So in days to come, you know, we'll seek your ideas, and we'll request to, I mean, visit our institutions, and we'll come and, you know, and what best way we can do so that we can do for the masses, for the people. This is what, you know, I appeal, and this is my sincere request. And let's exchange our ideas, and because you people have worked so much and so long experiences, and this experience certainly will help us to boost and to work for the country. You know, this is what, you know.
Thank you so much, doctor. So, sure. So I think the next speaker is Dr. Abdul Malik, and we have to hear from you. So if you have any more questions, please. Yeah, Gail, please.
Okay, Diane, how do we get some gifts to you or money?
If you, our main donors, especially if you're Canadian, our main donors are in Canada, and it's an organization called Mama Imara. Mama Imara means strong mother. So if you go on, they have a website and it's fully tax free. Either that, or a lot of people will just send donations through World Remit, and it comes onto my phone. So there's many ways.
Oh, just send me some more information, okay? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any more questions for Diane? Okay, so I think I'm almost blown over by watching that video. You making me want to get back on the plane to Uganda, Diane. One day I'll be back there.
Good.
So our next speaker, we have two speakers from the same institution, is Dr. Abdul Malik. He is the founder of the NEPNI, the group of institutions. He's the principal of that set of institutions, and his colleague, Binabora, who are here to share their experiences of some of their work in India. Binabora, please, can you switch on your camera so we know you are there?
Dr. Malik, we are waiting for you.
So I'm Mrs. Binabora, Principal School of Nursing from Assam. Hello?
Hi, Bina, great to hear from you. Can you please put your camera on so we can see your beautiful face and know who we're talking to?
Okay.
Thank you.
Listen.
And Dr.
Yes.
Malik, would you like to share your talk?
Okay. Midwives are the backbone of society. They are professionally trained with diploma degree, master's degree, or with some specialty. Moreover, Indian Nursing Council instituted a post-basic course as nurse practitioner in midwifery course for independent practice. They are the frontliners to support a nation globally by providing excellent newborn care, antenatal, internatal, and postnatal care to reduce infant mortality rate and maternal mortality rate. They also play a major role in family planning and welfare by educating and conducting awareness program regarding different methods of family planning, which help in controlling population. They try their best as coordinator and co-worker to equitable health services as, for example, promotive, preventive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative services. We expect from midwives to contribute health policy locally, nationally, and internationally to direct engagement with family planning and welfare, sexual and reproductive health of women. During COVID-19 pandemic, midwives are working as a frontline figure to prevent post-traumatic accident like postnatal psychosis, depression, distress, anxiety, etc. It is the midwives who are accountable for the scope and standard of health practice, but research evidence shows that with a higher ratio of midwives to client have lower mortality rates. Similarly, lower midwife staffing, increased workload, unstable environment linked to negative outcomes, including medicine errors. So, shortage of midwives manpower means long working hours under stressful conditions, which can mainly result in job dissatisfaction, especially in developed country like India. So better to maintain, yes.
Laura, can you put your camera on because we can't see you? Is your camera functional?
So better to maintain ratio of manpower with the ratio of clients. As a midwives, our mission should be to provide responsive and comprehensive health education to develop healthcare knowledge. Okay. We are visible. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Then through research, we need to create a dynamic environment for lifelong learning, critical thinking, humanistic and scientific care attitude, and uphold our professional values with dignity and responsibility. With apology, I urge the government and private policymakers to provide well-equipped, well-furnished institutions with qualitative faculties with our technological support to manufacturing good quality of human resource. That's enough. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Bina. That's brilliant. And now we move on to Dr. Malik.
Bina Bora has spoken the kind of activities imparting in the networking group of institutions. And we have, as I have told you that, we have the nursing programs, BSc nursing programs, and ANM and GNM. And this is in the northeast part of the country and the very remote part of the country. And this is located in a place like Guwahati, that is Assam, in the northeast part of the country. And as such, you see the number of nursing institutions is not much, and where the requirement is so high, and the demand of the midwifery and the nurses is such a subject area, which is such a profession which is required in every nooks and corners of the country as well as in any parts of the world. So, with the keeping this in view, that we started way back in 2006, and within a span of 15 years, we could come up with one wonderful, we have produced wonderful nurses, and they are working and they're serving in many leading institutions and hospitals, government sector, private sector. But we have a long way to go, and still, we have to learn from each other, because education has no boundary, and we should not try to live together separately, and we should have to follow, and we have to collaborate, and we really doing for the better cause of the people, and we have a wonderful academicians and teachers and tutors, but still we need good trainers. We are trying to collaborate and learning from each other, so that the need of the country as in India, as everybody knows, at this point of time, the COVID cases is one of the worst hit, and everybody is so worrying, and we are praying to God, and once the things is settled, we'll come back to you and we'll seek certain ideas and your advice and your suggestions, so that this can be done, and lots of opportunities is here, and opportunity has to be created, and this can be done only when we all come together, and we all should try to come on a single platform, and this kind of meet and this kind of exchange of the ideas, who does what and who has been doing, is very much needed, that we should do it as frequent as possible, ma'am. This is the what this is what I have to tell. And my humble suggestion and my humble request is that I am an academic planner. I work for the country. I have done a lot, and I am associated with a number of institutions across the country. But still, we have to do a lot of works, because India is a very, 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 very big country, and we need a lot of expansion. For the expansion, we have to have a good trainer, good teachers, and good guidance and ideas. So let's pray to God that we can frequently interact and exchange ideas and collaborate, so that we grow together. We should try to grow together. So thank you, ma'am. This is what I want to say, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I think what we're hearing again and again today is this idea of collaboration, working together, training, and together we can empower women and deliver a better service. So that's fantastic. Thank you. I'm afraid we've run out of time for questions on that session, but perhaps you could put any questions for Dr. Malik and Bina into the chat, and then we can move back over to Leila to introduce our next speaker.
Madam Bora, we cannot see you, can you on your, this video? Hello, Ma'am Bora? Dr. Bora?
I am not here. Anyhow,
we
have collaboration. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
we have collaboration with NEPNI Institute, with Dr. Abdul Malik and his team. So I think in near future, we will have very beautiful program together for India, and we need all of your help to develop midwifery project in near soon.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really think so.
Any question?
Thank you.
Okay. So for next speaker, that's okay.
You want to introduce, Leila? You want to take over the introduction?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker is Mahbube Fakharian. She's MBA. She's Bachelor of Midwifery, MBA in Healthcare Management, Hospital Supervisor and Senior Midwife, Certified Sonographer, Certified IBCLC, with a demonstrated history of working in the hospital and healthcare industry for more than 20 years. A skill in midwifery, pregnancy, healthcare, medicine, and nursing, MFHI and BFHI educator from Dubai, UAE, and Gargash Hospital. Thank you, Mahbube. Ahlan, Mahbube. Welcome, please. Over to you.
Thank you for inviting me. Actually, it's my voice is clear?
Everything is fine.
Yeah. Actually, I just want to talk about the how we can promote the normal births in this century. You know, we are in medicalized the environments everywhere, all over the hospitals. And then, unfortunately, we are seeing the increase of the cesarean section because of unnecessary interventions. We are starting to educate the women here in our country, here in the UAE, and hope we will stop the unnecessary cesarean, unnecessary instrumental delivery. We are trying our best during the antenatal education, but I think we are. It is late when the woman is pregnant. In my opinion, already I had this speech in the UAE Saudi Arabia conference, midwifery conference, and I said if we want to be successful for this plan and to reach the goal, we should start the education from the high school for our girls. Unfortunately, social media is giving a lot of the wrong and scary information to our girls. It's very close. The example is my daughters watching the videos in YouTube and telling as a woman are crazy, they are going for normal birth. This will make our children, our female futures to be scared from this. And we, as a midwife, I think we have to start to go to educate our girls before they are married, before they are getting pregnant. They have to be mentally prepared. What is the information they are getting through the social media? It's total wrong. From last 7,000 years till now, many women are delivered. All our mother, grandmother, grandmother, they delivered without any complication and issue. What happened to the new generation suddenly? And they are we are seeing the day by day increase of the cesarean, increase of the intervention during the labor and delivery. Hope in future we can get it. This is my goal, how we can do it, this one. Sorry, I am on duty. I'm in conference now, sorry. And then hope we will, this plan is started, just we are working on it in the UAE to start with the high school girls for education. But we have to get the permission from the Ministry of Education to go and do it. But sorry. And I think so we need to, it's only the things, because which we are doing now, this is the antenatal education. Antenatal education, it's not as the, which we really like to reach on that goal. It's not. It's still in the end, we will see the patient is coming in the during antenatal class, will agree not to go for epidural, not to go for the unnecessary, not to go for induction, not to go for syntocinon. But in the end, we will see it's whatever we said, it's not really 100% useful. Still they are coming, they are asking for epidural, they are scared from the labor pains, and it's we are not reaching to that benchmark which we are supposed to have it. Still, especially in the private sector, we have the 60 to 65% rate of cesarean, which can be really reduced to 30, 35 if really it's only to go for the high risk pregnancy if they were planned. But we can see in the private sector, especially, we have most of our cases are low risk, most of them they are primary, most of them they are gravida 1, but without any complication or background or any past history. But we will see they are going for the cesarean section. It's many times, even when we are talking to them, they will tell us our parents was crazy. They went through the labor and pain. We will not do it. So I don't know. That's why I think we have to start the education in early age. How much we can success in that, hope if we are started to this, we will bring the researchers and study, and some days maybe we will bring it up from the UAE, how much we were successful in this plan for teenage to start to educate for normal birth and their health, their futures. They have to understand. It will take a lot of hard work to do it, but it's deserved. We have to work it, and this is only can be done by midwife. I don't think any other healthcare professional they like or they would do it, but we as a midwife who has the passion for these jobs and really knows the woman can go for normal delivery, the midwife all over the world, if giving the hand to each other, only they can success to this point. But I can see some of the places, the midwife is also same as a doctor. If the doctor is deciding, planning, they will not give the suggestion, opinion. Doctor, we can give her time. Please, doctor, in a good manner, in a good way. Maybe midwife also doesn't want to continue. She wants to finish it out her duty and go. So we will see. We are not getting the successful rate of the normal delivery which we want. Hope some days all the midwife together, they can be hand to hand and really change these numbers. That is the things which we are working on it in UAE, and hope we will success it on that. But I think in all over the world, we are waiting to see any countries what they are doing to success of the increasing the normal births without any intervention. Hope some days we will see again, we reach to the number of 85 to 90% normal delivery in all over. Thank you so much, Leila.
Thank you so much, dear Mahbouba. Fantastic job. Well done. Mahbouba is more than, I think, 25 years working in Dubai, right, Mahbouba?
Yes.
She's very great, fantastic midwife, and she's a very nice leader. I saw her work and the way she's managing a busy labor suite of Dubai hospitals, because I saw she was even practicing in new project in FMMU,
Yes.
and it was very difficult project at the time they started. It's very specialized department, and really, I appreciate her hard work and very
Thank
good.
you so much, Leila. Thank you so much for everything.
Any question, please? Yes. Yes, please, girl. Please. Can you get access, please, to girl? Yeah, we are getting access to you. Yes.
Okay. I can hear your frustration. You are exactly my type. I'd love to give you a big hug. I went crazy. How are you still sane? You're marvelously strong. I had to get out of the hospital and start doing home births because I couldn't take it anymore. So you're strong. Well, if I can help, if I can get to Dubai, and I'll beat up some of those doctors for you.
You must come to Dubai. If you people are maybe all together, we can achieve our goal.
I mean, you have got the foundation, but man, these doctors, we got to get to them and the women. And this is what I said before. We have to get to the consumer. We have to get to the women.
Yes.
And yes, we need childbirth classes that tell. Do you know what an epidural will do? Do you know what a C-section does to your baby? I mean, maybe you can't say that in the hospital, but man, we can say it outside.
Yes.
So because I think the women don't know. They think a C-section is like a zipper on the body, and they don't understand long-term problems. Wow, this lady's amazing. I have to hug her. I have to hug and meet you someday. You are wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate your effort.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got my support. Wow.
Thank you so much.
100% right you are. 100%.
Thank you so much.
Yes, dear Yasmin, please, you're on mute, my dear.
Yeah, I just want to jump in because I'm here in Dubai as well. The consumers, quite a few do know, but there's not an option for them. I mean, even when they go to the right doctor who's more supportive, then they still get like coerced, and it's such a challenge. It's such a challenge.
Yeah.
There is options. You have to empower women. I have people say, my doctor wants to induce me on Tuesday. What can I do? What can I do? Can I take castor oil? Can I do nipple stimulation? I say, the best thing you can do, here's what you do. Don't show up.
Yes.
Yeah, but it takes a strong woman, right? Like that was me. I showed up with the head out already, but you can't plan it that well. And it's the whole society. I mean, it's a big shift that needs to happen, but I think it would be really helpful if we did allow for like other options like midwifery-led care. I mean, why isn't she able to do births on her own?
Right.
That's a bigger conversation.
Yes.
And how we attack that, I would love to hear.
We already have the very good midwife who are the local and UAE national. They are very supportive in that educate of the woman out of the hospital. And inside the hospital, our midwife, I think our power is not much. But if we are outside, like to go to the high schools, go to the college, to the university, who are the more young female women are there, so we can. So we do have these supports from them. Anyway, we are working with them how we can get this support, and then just to go to that, out of that, and to tell them as really what is the complication of they are not seeing it, just they are hearing it. They are seeing only the good point, but they are not seeing the negative points of this whole wrong decision which is going on during the labor and delivery. So I think not only that new generation, they have to be out of the hospital when they are getting the education regarding the labor and birth.
Yeah.
Do you do water births in Dubai?
Yes, we do.
In the hospital?
In the hospital.
Well, there, get them in the tub early and then tell them not to get out, and the doctor can't touch them.
Yes.
Just stay there.
Yeah,
Just stay there. I will hold your hand. I will rub your head. I will rub your back. Do not get out of this tub.
They are not getting out from the tub.
Then you're more successful. Then you are more successful than you know. You've already achieved a lot. Wonderful.
It's better. It is better, but there's some places that they have restrictions, like you can only get in the tub at 9 centimeters, or they don't let you stay in the tub. You can only labor in the tub. You can't birth in the tub.
Okay, then the midwife says that they're 9 centimeters or doesn't say anything. No. The midwife, you gotta be no. Oh, I made a mistake. She's only 2 centimeters. Oh, look at that. The head's coming out. Well, my bad.
Yes, midwife can do everything.
Yes.
Yes.
That's why we have to invest in midwives 2021. Yeah, please, Dr. If any more questions, please.
Thank you, Leila. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mahbouba. God bless you.
Okay, nice to meet you again. Okay.
Inshallah. Thank you so much.
Okay, good luck. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I hope you stick around for my presentation, because I'd love to hear your thoughts on educational videos for women. Why don't we flood social media with the right information? Maybe education is the key. So
right. Definitely.
Let's move on to our next speaker, Caroline Richeni from Lebanon. She is a public health specialist, and we'd love to hear your thoughts from Lebanon. Hi, Caroline, please do unmute. Oh, you're muted. I'm so sorry. Maybe.
It's all right. Hello, everyone. And thank you for presenting me. First, I would like to welcome each and every one of you. And I'm very delighted to take part of this international health event in celebration of International Midwives Day. So I am Caroline Richani, a public health specialist from Lebanon. I have a bachelor degree in public health and development sciences and a master degree in hospital and healthcare management. So our emphasis is on global health, and we achieve global health through different projects, starting on the national level. We work on improving maternal health, child health, and identifying the vulnerable populations in societies. Who are the vulnerable populations? Pregnant women, elderly people, and disabled people, and other categories. So I used to work as a public health specialist with UNICEF. I was an accreditation auditor in order to improve the quality of health programs in primary healthcare centers. So I work at the primary healthcare center level. So first of all, we used to improve the quality of programs that include improvement of maternal health programs for pregnant women and women in general, to have access to different services, health services at the primary healthcare centers, and to improve immunization for children. So right now I'm working as a community health supervisor with an international NGO, and our donor is UNHCR, and we are working as relief on a health emergency response after Beirut blast. I think all of you have heard of this tragic event. What I'm working on is right now is the improvement and the awareness of the vulnerable populations and the community health in general, in order to have access to free healthcare services at the primary healthcare centers. We work on different levels or on different areas in Beirut, and it is free of cost, and we improve the awareness for females in the age of conceiving a child to be prepared prenatal, antenatal, and postnatal care. So, and we provide vaccination for children for free. We improve the awareness of mothers on malnutrition for their children, because malnutrition is a major public health concern. So that's what we do in general. We improve the general health of the women and their children. And in general, we work, on the other hand, on other vulnerable populations. As I mentioned earlier, on the elderly, we try to prevent non-communicable diseases, and we work as a response for the pandemic in prevention of communicable diseases, and mostly coronavirus SARS-2. So tonight I have prepared a presentation for you. You know that I am a public health specialist, so I wanted to find a link or joint between what we do as intervention of health issues and what do you do, and I really appreciate your great efforts. So I'm sharing right now my PowerPoint presentation. Okay, please, you have disabled that I cannot share my screen. So please, can you enable that? Okay. Okay, so tonight, I am going to discuss with you an interventional method that is highly important in midwife practice and obstetrician's practice, but has a public health essence. So latency in umbilical cord clamping, which is an interventional method for reduced anemia in neonates and infants. So I'm going to provide you with some epidemiological facts. So 273 million children under the age of 5 years old were anemic, and you know that anemia is one of the major health implications for infant mortality around the world. And you can see that the numbers are very high, and that statistic was taken in 2011 by the World Health Organization, and 42% of them accounted for iron deficiency. I would like to note that iron deficiency is a severe type of anemia, which is mostly reported in children, especially under the age of 5 years old. So in sub-Saharan countries, we can see that anemia was found in 25% of neonates among a study population that showed 48 out of 192 patients or neonates had anemia. And in another study in northern India, 55% of the children between the age range of 1 to 2 years old were diagnosed with anemia. Of course, in Angola and in other countries and underdeveloped countries, especially, we are seeing reports of anemia among the children, and this is increasing the percentages and prevalences of infant mortality worldwide. So the World Health Organization estimates that 50% of anemia can be attributed to iron deficiency in infants, and this is how serious this issue is. So 90,000 deaths, even among neonates, include both sexes, were due to iron deficiency, and it is mostly prevalent in children between the ages of 6 to 12 months. Infants with anemia and severe anemia lead to children with cognitive delays, low psychomotor skills, low IQ, slow learning, slow short-term memory, slow language development, and you can see that there are these children with anemia have very slower achievements or lower achievements at schools in relevance to other children. So this might be even a problem for the future that might cause different psychosocial issues, like poverty, like unemployment, and so what is umbilical cord clamping? You all know what it is. So the interventional method here is that delayed umbilical cord clamping from 2 to 5 minutes during a childbirth might increase the blood flow and oxygenation of blood, and this will prevent the children or neonates or preterm neonates from acquiring anemia, or specifically iron deficiency anemia. Okay, so in safe term babies, up to 90% of the blood volume transition occurred during the first few breaths. Recent studies on blood volume, oxygenation, and arterial pressure have shown that the latent umbilical cord clamping within 2 to 5 minutes range of post-birth have many health benefits on preterm and term neonates. And it can also be implemented on both C-sections and vaginal deliveries. Okay. So the effects on latent umbilical cord clamping is compared here on different levels based on age of the child. So on preterm neonates, it regulates the blood pressure, it lowers the need for blood transfusions, lowers the risk of having necrotizing enterocolitis, which is a serious and lethal GI disease for preterm neonates, less risk of life-threatening bowel injury. As for the term neonates, it increases hemoglobin levels, hematocrit levels, ferritin levels, and improves the hematological and circulatory systems. As for infants at older ages, it improves the iron stores in the first several months of life. It showed in different studies and reviews that it is significant, or it is associated with better psychomotor and mental development. It increases ferritin concentrations, especially at the age of 3 to 6 months. And of course, as we said, that it improves the learning and cognitive abilities for the children. So all ranges with delayed umbilical cord clamping during labor showed in recent research to have sufficient iron levels in blood until 1 year of age. So the child stays with sufficient amount of iron in blood due to this delay. Maybe 1 minute delay in umbilical cord clamping might save the baby from anemia, or the child from anemia, until the age of 1 year old. 1 year, yes, 1 year old. So thus prevented anemia and severe iron deficiency anemia is maintained. So from a personal and a public health perspective, I would like to add my input on this. So latency in umbilical cord clamping should be, of course, highly focused, especially on preterm babies, on preterm neonates, because you know how critical their situation is, and their need for blood transfusions and very low iron levels in their blood. So this delay in umbilical cord clamping might save them and increase their ferritin levels in blood. And in addition, recommendations for mothers, of course, not to forget that we always recommend that mothers breastfeed their children until the age of 6 months, and preferably till the age of 1 year old, in order to get, of course, the sufficient iron quantities from the breast milk as well. And in underdeveloped countries, malnutrition should be a concern when pursuing child health. Therefore, malnutrition is as well associated with anemia among children. So we should prevent that by providing maybe food supplements to these children. And it's their right to have access to clean food, healthy food, as well as for the mothers and those who are breastfeeding. So this is my presentation. These are my references that I have used. I really hope that we increase the collaboration between midwives, especially at the primary healthcare center, because this is where I work and this is like my field of expertise. So I believe that if we combine the two efforts of public health and the work of midwives, we would improve the experience of childbirth and prevent different complications, different unexpected maybe, or many complications, that might affect the life of the child or the neonate and even the mother. So thank you so much, and I'm waiting for your questions.
That was fascinating, and actually a topic that we talk about a lot in my office. So it's great to hear you talking about delayed cord clamping.
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions for Caroline? Gail, please, you have a question?
Yes.
I mean, what is the, I guess, what is the standard protocol in the hospitals that you're in? And Dr. Kate, if you say you have much discussion about this, why are you having a discussion about the obvious that midwives have known for 50, 60, 70, 200 years? What is the discussion? So it was a good presentation and good research, but where was intuition?
Okay, so let me reply to your question. So you're meaning that what is the standard for umbilical cord clamping? That is
right. Yeah.
Yes. So right now, most of the hospitals around the world are implementing this new standard on umbilical cord clamping, but yet there are still hospitals and institutions that are immediately clamping the umbilical cord. Therefore, I'm raising awareness in order to delay the umbilical cord clamping to 2 to 5 minutes, and not to immediately clamp the umbilical cord, in order to prevent these neonates or children from having anemia. So yes.
Good. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
And I think it's
all the women here are wonderful.
It's the same discussions in our office, Caroline. My boss's area of research interest is about delayed cord clamping, especially in low-income countries, especially in preterm babies, and how to promote that practice.
Yes.
Because although there's a very good evidence base for it, it's certainly not practiced everywhere. So something we all need to be talking about.
That's why I'm a public health specialist right here, and I'm increasing the awareness and trying everywhere to spread the awareness in order to have safer practices and to improve child and maternal health. And I want to add that this technique doesn't add any risk to the mother unless there was type of bleeding, maybe abruption in the cord, but other than that, these are very minimal numbers of mothers that had these complications. Otherwise, the majority of mothers had safe childbirth, thanks to you midwives. So yes, we have to delay the umbilical cord clamping.
Perfect. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. It's such an important message to be really clear about.
Thank
Layla,
you so much.
Let me pass back to you to move on to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Caroline. Very fantastic presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We reached to another fantastic speaker, Dr. Mary K. Keller. She's a certified family life educator and coach, TEDx speaker at www.marykkeller.com, and chair of the online Applied Family Science master's degree at Wellington University, accessible globally. She holds a PhD from Florida State University, a Master of Public Administration from the University of Utah and a bachelor's from Weber State University. Welcome, Dr. Mary. Thank you so much. Please, over to you, Dr. Mary.
Syed, can you please unmute Mary?
Yes.
There we go. Okay, thank you so much. I didn't know if you knew it too. Your chat's disabled. I couldn't put any information in there. So I'm really excited to be here. I love to interact globally. I think it's because my parents were in the military when I was a child, and I didn't spend all my life in the U.S., so I enjoy the cultural diversity. So I'm very excited to be here today. I'm just going to jump into it because I know you have a limited amount of time. So I'll share I need to share my screen. If somebody can enable that. It still says it's disabled. There we go. Okay, let me find my presentation here. So I did my research. Oops, let me see if I can manage this. Let me pull the video over there. So I did my research on fathers who massage their infants. And I want to tell you, I didn't choose this topic. It chose me. It actually came out of my critical review. What I was interested in researching when I was at Florida State University was infant massage in general. And I did a critical review on it, identified 300 different articles and reduced those down to 33. And that's a different presentation. But out of it, what stood out to me was there were only 2 research articles around the world from regarding fathers who massage their babies. So the purpose was, the research question was, what if any benefits did fathers perceive from massaging their infants? This was a case study with 5 first-time fathers. So the lit review, fathers exhibited sustained long-term caregiving and initiated interaction with their infants after learning to massage their infants. Opportunity, 91% of fathers are involved with the mother at the time of the birth, and this drops to less than 50% by the time the child enters preschool. I do believe those statistics are applied here in the United States. I'm not so sure that that's applied globally. Practice. When fathers are primary caregivers, trained and or observe childcare activities, they become more like the mother in their caregiving. The enjoyment, fathers who are involved in caregiving report higher satisfactions of fathering. Historically, nearly a century ago, research indicated a higher need for infant touch, and 57 years later, 1977 studies involved mother touching their infants, and these studies were conducted then. Currently, in 2010, a literature review of 28 RCT articles, only 2 were focused on fathers massaging their infants in 1992 and 2002. Attachment theory. Back in the 1940s, when Bowlby and 50s and Ainsworth researched theory to practice, attachment theory was developed by researching mothers' relationships to their infants, which was contextual at the time because in the 1930s here in the United States, men were going to work, women were taking care of the babies. They really weren't involved in the upbringing of the children to any extent the way that mothers were basically involved with it. And I want to point out that was to our detriment, because then when anything went wrong with the child, it was always blamed on the mother and the mothering, because of that connection back there. So research methodology, this was a qualitative case study analysis. The case study is an N of 1. The subjects were 5 fathers. The exploration of fathers experiencing massaging their infants. I used a demographic survey, structured interviews, self-reported diary, and video observation. So this data collection, here's how the process went. First, there was a screening and a demographic survey. And during this time, I also asked them why they wanted to be in the study. I want to let you know that none of the 5 fathers knew each other. None of them were in attendance when they were all done separately in their home. And all 5 fathers responded to me and said, I don't have a breast. And I thought, what was that all about? So that was good as a qualitative researcher to kind of inquire a little further, and I'll tell you what that means a little bit later on. So stage 1, structured interview, infant massage demonstration, and a video recording. So I went into their homes, I interviewed them, I demonstrated infant massage for them. I'm a certified infant massage instructor. And then I recorded them afterwards, massaging their child for the first time for 5 minutes. Then during stage 2, fathers massage their infants daily. Recorded massages 1 time each week in a diary. We figured they would do better if we had a structured diary. So we had them check what time of day, what body parts that they massaged, and included some place for them to put their own information in. Stage 3, they had a structured interview. So they had a pre and a post interview with me. So structured interview, again, we did the 5-minute recording to see how they were massaging after they had completed the project. And then we reviewed both videos, and then we decided to allow them to see both videos to record their reactions to the video. And that was also recorded in the document. So member checking responses for accuracy, appointment set, incentive, and family infant massage demonstration. The incentive for fathers to do this was that later I would come back and teach both their wife. In one case, it was the wife and the grandma. He wanted to learn how to massage the baby. The qualitative research rigor, this is kind of a crosswalk because a lot of times people that do only quantitative don't really understand the power of qualitative analysis. So for credibility, we had triangulation, member checks, and time sampling. Transferability, we provided thick description and purpose-built sampling. Dependability, created an audit trail, code and recode strategy, and triangulation. Confirmability, triangulation, practice reflexivity, and negative case analysis. Even the negative case analysis that came up was actually explained to be a positive. And so here are the different terms that crosswalk you from qualitative to quantitative. So in internal validity, in qualitative research, it would be the credibility, which was the strategy that was employed was triangulation, member checks, and time sampling. Transferability, external validity, provide thick description, purposeful sampling, and you can see how these strategies were met by the interview, the self-report, the diary. So over here is just where each one of those processes, those research methodologies met these criteria. So dependability and reliability, created an audit trail, code recode strategy, and triangulation. Confirmability, which is equal to objectivity, was triangulation, practice reflexivity, and negative case analysis. I used Atlas TI to code the data that came in, and there was a large amount of data. Visual analysis tool, lots of amounts of data, text graphics, audio, video, GPS mapping. Atlas TI also is a systematic qualitative data analysis, which assists in developing primary elements and interpretation of the meaning of the data into useful knowledge. Dependent qualitative research, increased validity at a conceptual analysis stage, not limited to content or subject matter from any discipline. So here's how the qualitative analysis was conducted. It was developed, I think it was by Suzanne Fries, actually, kind of stumbled there. NCT, notice and collecting and thinking. So you notice, you observe, you collect, and then you think, and then you go back through the data, and you can do this as many times until you feel like the data has been saturated. Code mapping, these were 3 iterations of analysis: data collection, input, interview data, demographic data, diary data analysis, and video data analysis. The first iteration was the initial codes, which were surface content analysis. That was the initial coding and the process coding. And then the second iteration was in vivo, which was literally the coding and the pattern coding. And then the third iteration was theoretical coding. Code mapping, fathers perceive benefits of massaging their infants, categories of results and assumptions, and then the exemplaries. The demographics of the fathers. So we had 5 fathers. Their marital statuses were married, living with the partner, married, and living with the partner. Their race was white, black, white, and white. Some of them were college educated, graduate, college, and college. Annual income. You could tell which ones were students. They had lower incomes because they were students. And then we had 1 professional, actually 2 professionals who were out working in their field. Their babies were male, female, male, and male. The activity diary data analysis was the time of day. Missed 1 day, mama thinks he goes to bed better if he's massaged is closer to the bedtime. And then in the afternoon, and the father from father 3 said in the evening he massaged him for his stomach. The duration, most importantly, I tried to be as consistent as possible, but I did the massage 4 or 5 times a day, depending if she was in the mood. If the more we did the massage for about 5 minutes, I felt like she enjoyed it more. I like shorter massages. Actually, he likes shorter massages. Now, I don't feel like I have to finish every position. I would say we are both enjoying the massages more. I'm doing more frequent but shorter massages, especially on changing the table after a diaper, on the changing table after a diaper change. Massages don't feel like a chore anymore, something I have to do. So they they reported back in their diaries about different body parts. And so the body part only fussed once during his chest massage. He's been most receptive to back massage, least receptive to chest massage. I noticed once when I was massaging his back, his breathing started to slow down as if he were more relaxed. Short stomach massages too help with gas. The infant number 4 was the only infant out of 5 that verbally protested throughout the massage. But I also noted that during the interview with the father, his father was the most verbal of all the interviews. So I kind of attributed that to maybe that was just a characteristic. Additionally, father 1 reported a change in his infant's eye contact during week 2 of the massages. This week, I realized that on the days he didn't seem to be looking at me, he would start to do so about a minute or 2 into the massage. So he noted more eye contact. The pattern coding resulted in 2 different types of codes here. So, or 2 different patterns is what I meant to say. Father's desire to relieve the mother's stress. So the father massaged the infant, mother gets time to herself, father adjusts the time of day, and father gets one-on-one time. And one of the reasons I think this came about was with the very first father that I went into the home with. They were young parents and he was a college student and so was she. And mom came into the room where we were in there. She had family members out there. She was in the living room and she just jumped in for a minute. And I noticed dad reacted, like he sat back like he was no longer in charge of the baby. So I immediately thought I need a protocol with all 5 of my fathers. And I turned to the mother and I said, how would you feel about dad doing this when he's alone and you have time to yourself? And she said, oh, I can go get my hair done, my nails. She says, oh, that's great. So I encouraged them to do this in the privacy, just the father and the child, because I could see that this first father felt kind of intimidated by being around the mother. And what we noticed was that pattern seemed to continue in the data as they reported back to us. So this pattern coding, the father's desire to relieve the infant's stress. So the father massages the infant responds to the father's touch, the father's adjusted body parts, or sometimes the time of day. Sometimes it was sensitivity when father noticed that his baby slowed down a little bit with the breathing when he did it on his stomach versus with his back. And so he made adjustments according to that. The father gets one-on-one time with the baby, and then those are the perceived benefits down below. So the parent benefits, the baby receives a massage, the baby benefits, the parent massages the infants. There are research studies that actually show that the person who gives the massage has the same release of an oxytocin in their brain as does the person who receives the massage. The matrix of finding and sources for data triangulation were as follows. So this was coded to attachment theory to see whether or not it would support attachment. First finding was awareness. Father reported awareness of enjoyment and contributing to their infant's well-being. 2, emotions. Fathers identified emotions in both themselves and their infants after massaging their infants. 3, engagement. Fathers demonstrated engagement cues with their infants during the massages that were videotaped. Finding 4, motivation. Fathers reported motivation to massage and spend time with their infants to relieve the mother's caregiving stress. And I meant to tell you up above, the data means that this is the interview, the observation, and the data analysis that's supporting this. So finding 5, which is opportunity. Fathers valued having the opportunity to spend with their infants. And then finding 6 was relationship. Fathers expressed approval and accept of their infants after massaging them. So each one of these are the constructs of attachment theory. And finding 7 was sensitivity. Fathers demonstrated sensitivity to their infant's emotional and physical need by responding to their infant's cues. Finding 8, benefits. Father reported fathers reported benefits of relieving their infant stress. And finding 9, confidence, fathers reported increased confidence in their skills and ability to interact with their infants. Now, critical review of parent education has shown that parent education does increase confidence in the fathers, as well as it also helps them promote the relationship over the long term. The benefits reported by the fathers were fathers perceived benefits, fathers perceived infant benefits. So fathers perceived that they bonded with their infant, that they were more competent, that they had something to contribute, that they were de-stressing. They enjoyed the one-on-one time that they had with their infant, and opportunity for that one-on-one time, as well as the relationship and the sleep. They perceived the benefits for the children as contributions to infant development, bonding, calming, communication, verbal and nonverbal body language, and they enjoyed relaxation. They also felt like it was a sense of play with the baby, and then they had sensitivity. You know, the fathers reiterated to me that they often feel like they have to go in, like they almost feel like they're not supposed to be taking care of the baby. Like we don't realize sometimes that as women, we're so comfortable with this area of our life that if they haven't been in traditional environments, they're not necessarily feeling comfortable about imposing themselves. So I found that the fathers were more reticent, not because they didn't want to be with the babies, but because they didn't want to offend. So discussion, these are the attachment concepts and assumptions. So the results were that this is how the supported attachment was through awareness, emotive, engagement, motivation, opportunity, relationship, sensitivity, learning, and insight. So the discussion for this is the implications for future research, practice for professionals, practice for fathers, and contribution to the literature. The longitudinal studies, did fathers continue massaging their infants after the study? What impact was there on the father dyad during the early years? What were the mother's perceptions about the time that the father spent with the infant and their behaviors after the study? There was only one longitudinal study done here in the US on parent engagement with fathers. Unfortunately, when I read it, what happened was I looked at it and noted that they were using attachment theory, which, you know, and using teenagers. And so they were looking at fathers with their teenagers. And I thought, well, we have a problem there right up front, because socially, teenagers are at a point where they're trying to move away from their parents. They're already starting to disengage and build their own rapport. And so they didn't find attachment there. And I really think that what we need to do is go back and start from the beginning, just like we did with attachment theory with moms. The next discussion is the replication of past studies to determine outcomes for fathers' contributions. So premature infants gain weight after being massaged. Expectations of infants with motor problems became realistic and positive after being massaged. Massaged babies had higher basal to neonatal behavior assessment scores. Their catecholamine and norepinephrine and epinephrine increased in massage difference, increasing their sense of safety and well-being, which is critical to attachment and bonding. And notice all of those studies I'm talking about were done with mothers. So when it comes to family studies and the ecology of attachment in the family, the authors postulate that attachment does not hold exclusively to the parent-child dyad and can also be applied to the family, so that the more that the family comes together and is cohesive in these activities, that it does impact the entire family. Non-residential fathers are less involved in residential fathers and had the same attitudes of commitment to fathering as fathers who were residential fathers, however, reported feeling lower feelings of competence and satisfaction, and competence may be a key factor in influencing father involvement. Competence and confidence confirmed in systematic review of parenting and caregiving education by the Cochrane and Campbell collaboration. Mothers reported less symptoms of depression, regardless of whether they massaged their infants or watched someone else massage their infants. So that has high implications for the fathering massaging the baby in front of the mother. Future quasi-experimental designs would be a randomly controlled double-blind study in which the participants are waitlisted. Control groups learn from infant massage later and blindly assign the 2 groups in a 2x2 pre and post for experimental group. And then control group is post-tested at the same time as the control group, and again after they have learned to massage their infants. Collected data would be analyzed using repeated measures and ANOVA analysis of variance to determine what, if any, difference there were between the 2 groups, setting up for a longitudinal follow-up. The discussion, the practice for professionals, bonding and attachment opportunities for fathers. Fathers showed a willingness to relieve the mothers of their caregiving activities and felt confident in spending time with their infant. Fathers reported feeling bonded and attached to their infants. Additionally, fathers responded emotionally and reported motivation and changed their attitudes when provided opportunity. Fathers greatly benefited from infant massage classes with other fathers. Discussion 2, fathers' contributions to the family. New fathers transitioning into a fathering role became stressed, and this negatively impacts the marital relationship, which also may impact the attachment to their infant. Note, teaching fathers infant massage increased their feelings of confidence and their sense of contributions. Fathers responded with sensitivity to their infant's needs. Practice for fathers. Fathers' contributions are important to infant development. Fathers need to actively seek opportunities for involvement. Note, it is equally important for fathers to understand that although the relationship develops through different means, then the mother is just as valid and has just as high of an impact on the infant. So the contributions to the literature were a theoretical framework, credible research platform, rigorous qualitative design, formalized qualitative process, and a computer-assisted tool. Formerly in the critical review that I had done, none of the research on infant massage had a theoretical framework. This one was the first one that was conducted that did. And then the contributions to the literature is confirmed father motivation for parental involvement, and they desired opportunity and access. Father desired involvement and systematic barriers, and considered including infant massage in their infant caregiving education. Now, yesterday, I gave a presentation on another virtual, and it's kind of the second stage to that, and that's what midwives and other professional lactation consultants could do as far as engaging the fathers, because one of the things that happened outside of this research project is that people would sometimes, they'd be out to dinner and friends would say, well, how's your research project? And people were interested. It was kind of fascinating because I'm not always interested in every research project that somebody talks about. So I would have fathers who I didn't know were overhearing our conversation, and they would come up to me afterwards and share with me that when they went to the hospital with their wife and they went with her on all of her prenatal appointments, that they felt like interlopers. They would literally ask a question, and the doctor or the nurse would turn to the mother and answer the question. They had no eye contact. They had no inclusionary kind of behavior that allowed them to think that it was okay for them to be in this domain. And when I did my TED Talk, literally
now.
Pardon?
Time's nearly over now. Very
okay, I'll just finish up this last piece and I'll be done. So when I was doing the TED Talk, I literally had this epiphany while I was up there, and I said, you know, when I was a little girl, I had little dolls, and I would play with dolls. And the women in the room, if I picked the doll up by its feet, the women would say, no, that's not how we hold a baby. My brothers weren't afforded that opportunity back then. You know, now we've opened up, now little boys are able to play with dolls, but you know, they didn't, the men from my generation didn't have that kind of coaching, that permission, that allowance to be able to do it. So now I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary. It was fantastic, and it was very related subject to our next upcoming event that we are going to celebrate 12 June, International Day of Family and Exercise. Yes, so we want to invite you to stay with us for that program, and we want all of the attendees to join us and celebrate International Day of Family, especially post-COVID strategy. Thank you so much, Esther.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for your patience when I was trying to figure out the time zone.
That's so lovely. Thank you. Anybody, if you have any question, please write in chat box, or you want, we can give you access to turn on your video and ask your question, please. Yeah, please. Any question? You can raise up your hand, or yes, Mrs. Bina Bora. Yeah, please. Yes.
Thank you, El.
Welcome. Please.
I'm really curious about whether or not people see fathers coming in, with, you know, how they're interacting and included in their processes during the birth.
Hello? At home births, the fathers are very involved because I'm an out of hospital midwife, I can spend 1 to 2 hours with them every single prenatal. So my fathers are very involved, but that's really wonderful to see from your research and from your actual documentation that the bonding does increase when the father is involved, and it can stop a lot of physical abuse. Even families that have a history of abuse of relationships, it does improve when the father is involved with the family. So mothers are reporting to us postnatally that when the fathers attended the birth and became supportive and saw how strong their wife was, that it did help with the bonding in the family, and not just with the baby, but it did help a lot. So yes, that's very important information.
He's keeping them awake at night. Can you hear me?
Yes, now. Yes.
Oh, I was going to say, unfortunately, I try to get them during pregnancy, so they already know how to massage the baby. They've already taken the class, but they tend to wait, and they come to me when they're sleep deprived. The babies keep them up all night.
Good idea.
Anybody else with experiences with fathers?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We are streaming in the meantime in our YouTube channel. So I guess maybe our audience who are not available in Zoom, they watch our YouTube streaming, and they will come up with new questions. Maybe for our next event, we will have many questions for you, Dr. Mary. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, I guess thank you, Dr. Mary, for your fantastic presentation. We are going for the next presentation. Dr. Kate, over to you, please.
I'm a little bit confused when I'm looking at my screen. If I'm honest, I can see 2 names of Julie Gerland, so I'm sure you'll fill us in when you both join in with your talk. So Dr. Julie Gerland is a thought leader, a teacher, an international lecturer, and an advocate in the field of very early parenting, right from preconception and into infancy, and her focus is on holistic health. She's on the Hypnobirthing Institute faculty and is the co-founder of the Birthing the New Humanity global movement and Birth the Change transformation process. Julie, we can't wait to hear what you have to share with us. Thank you so much. Oh, are you unmuted, guys? And do you need a PowerPoint to share?
I have to, that's it. Oh, that's it. I'm live. Hello, everybody. So the great mystery of the 2 Julie Gerlands. You guys have worked so hard through this presentation. I've been here for a while, and there's so much information. It's really something you'd have to go back and listen to in depth, because there's so much wisdom and knowledge and passion behind all this, that when Leila invited me, because I'm not a midwife, to come along, it is my passion and my work for now 40 years, this coming year's 40 years since I've been involved. And basically what we did was we lobbied the United Nations to get the long-term impact from pregnancy to early infancy accepted. So I did that for 10 years and beat all the doors down. And finally, as you probably know, the Nurturing Care document is now out for the last couple of years. And that's really accumulation of my life's work. But apart from that, we work on helping people heal, obviously their past, because we've all been born. And this affects us, as we know, all our life. So how can we change our lifelong subconscious programming that we get from the moment of conception and through to early infancy? this is one of our areas of expertise, because if we're not thriving today, there's a good reason. And that origin is stemming from the conception to early infancy time. So my conclusion on this, and it's not scientific, but I would love somebody to do a scientific study on it, is that we're all suffering, apart from a few people who've actually changed, from post-traumatic stress syndrome. Because one of the conclusions of post-traumatic stress syndrome is lack of memory. Why do we not remember our time from conception to infancy? So I'm leaving just you with questions. But what I would really like to do for you all and share with you is, I was told that this is a celebration. So I've brought my glass, a glass of sparkling water, and I would like to party with you, if you don't mind. I have brought along a very, very good dear friend, and I'd like to introduce her. Her name is not Julie Jerland. It is Irene Chain Kalinowski. You may have heard of her. Irene is very famous around the world for many different things. She's a lifelong midwife. And not only that, she is great fun. So I'd like to spend just a little moment with you for some light relief. Does that sound good? Yes. So if you feel like stretching, moving, get into your heart, let's get the oxytocin going, have a sip of our water.
Or tea.
Or tea. It's early in the morning in New Zealand for Irene. It's 9:40 at night for me. So basically, I'd just like to share a few light, fun moments with you. Is that okay? Is anybody up for that? You can put a little heart or something if we can get that oxytocin going between us all, because this is something that is also part of my passion. Midwives that I know, a very, very close dear friend who's a midwife and has been for over 30 years, probably 35 years now. She said to me the other day, she works in a busy hospital in Australia, and she said, Julie, it's killing me. Can you imagine that? And I'm sure she's not the only one. This is really horrible. What can we do to help midwives? We want to support you on the front line. I don't think any midwife should have to go to work and feel that it's killing her. I mean, that for me is just like, no, we have to change this. How can midwives on the front line of welcoming babies into the world, there's nothing more sacred, there's nothing more beautiful than this. How can midwives have the conditions to live their working life in oxytocin, and hopefully not just their working life? This for me is an absolute necessity. So this is what I'd like to share with you right now, is a little bit of smiles, a bit of laughter, so that we can know that we actually become more intelligent when we're all producing oxytocin. You all know that. You become more sensitive to your intuition. You feel better. Your health improves. So we need to pump up our oxytocin. And laughter is one of the ways. Smiling is one of the ways. Connecting with each other is one of the ways. And we need to do this more often. So I'd just like to play a little song for you. I mean, I'm not going to play it, but I will put it on the screen. And in fact, there's two songs. One which is, you'll see, it's very nice, and it always brings a smile to my heart, actually, not just my lips. And I hope it does for you. Of course, it's about midwives. And the second one, I'm going to announce it now so that you make sure that you stay with us. Irene actually composed it. And it's been played around the world on many stages. And so I have a copy of that. And Irene will be here to share with you some of her incredible work. You can hear her song. and you can all join in. It's easy to sing along with. And let's just give ourselves a few minutes, 5-7 minutes of having a good time and a celebration. Celebrate yourself, celebrate your colleagues, celebrate us all around the world who are doing everything we can to give the best possible to our mums, to our dads, to our babies, to the future families, and for the whole of humanity. We know that by looking after pregnant mothers, by getting her to live in oxytocin, in her power, in her sacred spirit, that she is changing the world. And you guys, you midwives are on the front line of that. There's almost nothing more important on this planet than what you are doing. So I'm not a midwife. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you. So let's give a big round of applause to all of you for the fantastic work that you are doing in often very, very difficult circumstances. And let's say to each other and to ourselves, let's make midwifery a job where you go to work maybe in the morning tired because you haven't slept because you've been partying, but after a day's work, you have more energy because you've lived that day in so much love, in so much joy, in so much happiness that you actually heal. That's my wish for every single midwife today on International Midwifery Day, International Midwives. So bear with me and let's have a little bit of fun. If you feel like getting up and moving, or you've been sitting and concentrating, please feel free to do so. If you want to join in singing, that's absolutely fine. Perhaps more for Irene's, and then she will have a little chat with you. So if I'm able to share my screen, let's go for it. My husband made me a nice little PowerPoint with just a couple of slides. And nothing's happening. Host disabled screen sharing, it should work. No. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay, and nothing's happening. Uh-oh. So what's going on here?
Ed will come to the rescue shortly, I'm sure.
Nope. I'm going to have to either go and get my husband for help, but somehow this is just not my troubleshooter. It's just not working. Why don't I leave you for 1 minute and go and get my knight in shining armor? And by meantime, Irene, oh, now I'm co-host. Let me see if this works. There we go. Got it.
You got it. Good.
And the sound. So let's have a nice little heartwarming moment together. Oh, I've lost you.
There we go.
Oh, that's it. So here we go. So this is me and the movement that we're creating, birthing the new humanity and birth the change, our transformation process. And here, if it wants to come on, is there we go. Okay, so please give me the thumbs up if you can hear it, because sometimes we can't hear it.
Hi, this is Scott. I'm Scott. This is Asia, and she's my daughter. She's how many years old are you now? 2. She's that thing over there. And when she was 0, she was born in our living room in a rented hot tub, and she had a very gentle, sweet birth. And I think it's been a good thing. So I want more people to understand that birth can be really gentle and sweet. It doesn't have to happen in a hospital. And so I wrote this song about the exact opposite. She's coming back, I promise you. I was born in deep confusion with a band-aid on my knee, 'cause my mom and I were drugged up to induce delivery. I do not like being pressured when I can't get out myself, and to be born in a hospital's been dangerous to my health. Obstetrician, don't you slap my butt, 'cause I'd learn to breathe on my time if my cord you didn't cut. Obstetrician, get those pliers off my head, 'cause I'd learn to breathe on my time if you didn't give mom those meds. Okay, well, anyway, just because I don't have words yet doesn't mean that I'm not smart. But if I had the language, I'd say listen to your hearts. I'd say birth me underwater, not under your knife. For it's time you took some lessons from your neighborhood midwife. Obstetrician, don't lose patience with me. 'Cause I may not need a C-section, I might need empathy. Obstetrician, stop thinking you are gods. Take a tip from those two French guys, Les Boyer and Les Mas. Well, I've just been on a journey and I need a little rest. But you whisk me off of Mama and her sweet warm treasure chest. The lights are bright, the room is cold, it's not womb temperature. It's my first taste of your planet, and I am not wanting more. Obstetrician, stop taking me away from Mom, 'cause we're both having bad hair days and we really need to bond. Obstetrician, listen to my scream, 'cause ignoring my birth trauma isn't good for my esteem. And while I'm venting, here's a tip for our guys. We might grow up more peaceful if we were not circumcised. Obstetrician, it's transformation time. For to birth our young non-violently is a must for humankind. To birth our babes non-violently is a must for humankind.
Isn't that fun? It's wonderful to see a dad on the floor with his daughter singing. And so this is just to share a beautiful photograph. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's so peaceful and so intact and so loving that I just thought I would share that with you. Before going on to our next, I think I might play it now. Shall I, Irene? Play it now?
Yes, do it. And then we can, yeah.
Let's do this one. So this is Irene's, and this one you really can join in with, okay? So because there's the refrain, so join in and sing with us, and you'll enjoy it.
My body, my baby, gotta take good care of you. Don't care if they tell me what to do, 'cause I love you, my baby, and I know what's best for you, 'cause I'm your mother. When you grow inside of me, you will show me how to care for you. I'll walk the miles and keep the smiles and keep on loving you, 'cause it's my body, my baby, gotta take good care of you. Don't care if they tell me what to do, 'cause I love you, my baby, and I know what's best for you, 'cause I'm your mother. I'm a woman, I am strong, I know inside what's right and wrong. I will remind the man and sing I trust my body, I don't need drugs. They hurt my baby who only needs hugs. I'll take the journey, the pain, the flow. I can endure, 'cause it's my body, my baby, gonna take good care of you. Don't care if they tell me what to do, 'cause I love you, my baby, and I know what's best for you, 'cause I'm your mother. Don't give me bright lights, no high-tech kid. I want a birth without any fear. I will trust my midwife Ida, as I know she cares. When I find a place to birth, it will be paradise on earth. My final and I, my baby will meet, and there will only be love. 'Cause it's my body, my baby, gonna take good care of you. Don't care if they tell me what to do, 'cause I love you, my baby, and I know what's best for you. 'Cause my body, my baby, gonna take good care of you. Don't care if they tell me what to do, 'cause I love you, my baby, and I know what's best for you, 'cause I'm your mother. I'm your mother. Your mother.
Wonderful. So beautiful little baby. Up. You should be coming back.
Are we back? You
Well,
are back.
I've got a black screen. Are you back? Oh, that's it. I see you now. That's it. We've got you. So I hope you enjoyed that little change of rhythm for you, and hopefully that you felt the oxytocin flowing, and we could see a dad and his little girl, and that love and that bond and that fun and that laughter. And this is how our human family should be, shouldn't it? Do we need all this stress and these tears and this? Aren't we tired of that? Can't we have fun? Can't we have laughter and jokes? I recently visited a neonatal unit in Bangalore after we had done a conference there. And I went into where the prenatal ward. And of course, there was the kangaroo care. But I was really shocked because obviously the mothers were in a state of fear and shock. Is my baby going to survive? Is it going to be all right? And they were sitting there, looked like, this frozen mother on her own with this baby and I said to the most beautiful Indian woman you can imagine, who was in charge of the neonatal ward. And I said to her, this was wonderful what you're doing with the kangaroo care. But I said, we need some music. We need some light. We need some laughter. We need some jokes in here. And she looked at me. I said, you've got to get the oxytocin flowing. So kangaroo care, when mom's in fear and secreting, adrenaline and cortisol, is not going to have the same effect as if we can bring in some laughter and love and connection and allow mom and baby to really feel happy. I know it's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge, but I'm sure we can do it. So I've said enough. Let's hear from Irene with her amazing stories. We'll have to keep it a little bit short because I know you've got lots more to go on with. But Eileen Chain Kalinowski from New Zealand and who's worked all over the world as a midwife and as a teacher and so many things. Irene.
Hello, everybody. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to leave Julie on the screen and talk with you because Julie's going to join me too. I just want to say to all of you that I am so proud to be a midwife. I just look, well, today was Independent Day of the Midwife, and I just looked back at my certificate and I actually got my papers on the 5th of May, 1980. So this is kind of destined 41 years, and it's taken me around the world with curiosity. My grandmother was a baby catcher in the villages of Poland. I grew up with her stories. My mother had 4 of us at home. She actually birthed my sister walking up the hill with a pail of water in Poland, and she stopped on the hill and birthed my sister and carried her home in the bucket. So I had a lot of faith in birth before I entered the profession, and I walked into it and I said, what are we doing to women? This is not the same as what my sisters had. This is not the home births I remember. And I was seeing my nieces and my great nieces being traumatized from birth and having complications that can be prevented. So I set myself on this 41-year-old journey that brings me here today to you with Julie, wanting to make a difference. So I studied homeopathy because I know if I don't support the mind and the emotions, I don't get a baby. I learned to bring dance and music into life because my family are from Poland and we dance, and Germany, and we dance the waltzes and the polkas and we hug each other at a birth. And I'm saying, why is that not in our lights or in our hospitals? And as Julie knows, I've just come back from China. I just spent 5 years. And I was so saddened in the beginning because we went into those hospitals and we saw the obstetricians and the midwives and they were crying. I don't want to go to work today. I can't cope with this stress anymore. So we went in and we taught them how to care for themselves and to love each other and to understand normal birth. And we brought obstetricians from the world who supported midwives, and we gave lectures in the same classroom about normal birth. And sometimes birth doesn't quite go normal, but the obstetricians were talking about how to deal with those things. And as holistic midwives, Mangshu and I went in and talked, well, how can we prevent them? And we grow. And when everyone was confident, people were so happy in the workplace. We had obstetricians and midwives and pediatricians hugging each other.
Wow.
Not
In
sitting
China,
in
that's quite something.
coffee rooms, and that's something. So I felt I jumped 20 years ahead, and then COVID came and I came back to New Zealand. And I love New Zealand very, very much, and I love it here, but we still have the same sadness. The pressures and the strains and the interventions are going up and the C-sections are going up. And in China, we was reducing them. And it wasn't a hard thing to do. It was sharing that beautiful knowledge. So my wishes for all of you is to follow that dream. It's my dream. It's a dream that brought Julie together. It's a dream that brought us all together. To the midwives like Gail, who's probably done midwifery longer than I have. Or to the Joan Donnellys that have came before me and were the pioneers of home birth midwifery in New Zealand. And the ones that are so skilled in traditional midwifery. And we need to bring it back. The traditional midwifery needs to come back to our Western model of midwifery. We need oxytocin in our presentations. We need to bring people to life when we make a difference. So I have a few words I'm just going to leave with if I can get my message on here before my phone dies off. I was at the International Day of Midwives here in New Zealand, and I embrace the students. The students are our future. And I see how difficult they find going through their training, which is not a truly holistic model. And they aspire to be holistic midwives. They want to serve woman, mind, body, and spirit. And they have challenges going through their training. So we need all around the world to support our students to say they can provide holistic care. They can do it. I did it. So all of you can do it. And I looked at my statistics in 2003 to 2006. I've got the papers here somewhere, and I framed them. Because once I became holistic, once I worked with woman, mind and body and provided preventative care and learned about those traditional things and homeopathy and Chinese medicine, I had, for 153 births, 98% normal birth rate. So are we saying it's not possible? With hardly any women needing interventions, it is possible. You know, we can reach 95. Holistic midwives I speak to have 95% normal birth rates without complications. And this is where we need to move. And we can only do it together. We can only do it united by staying on the front, like us coming to your forums and you joining Julie on Birthing the New Humanity, which I'm very excited about. And I think Julie can talk a little bit about that. So I just want to say my vision for all of you. I'm just going to read it quickly. I would like you all, for the future of midwives and midwifery, to uphold the philosophy of midwifery, to carry it in your heart. And for one moment, I'd like to put your hands on your hearts. I'd like you to feel the warmth. And then I want you to slowly bring your hand to your mouth and blow that warmth to every midwife and every woman across the country. And receive it back into your heart. And doesn't that feel good? So remember, no matter how many years of experience you have, we're all novice and expert. Nurture and support each other, and always nurture yourselves and your families. We're all human and we're not perfect. And it's fine as long as we're open to learn from our mistakes. And I learned in China there are many roads to get to the same destination. And we need to encourage women to follow the roads and the routes that supports them. Be forgiving. Learn about culture from the women, not the books. Speak to the women, whether it's the little woman on the road selling flowers. Ask her about her life. And you'll see those flowers look more radiant when she talks about her daughters and her life and how she gave birth. This is how we learn. Open conversations. Ask the grandmother in the room, how many babies did you have? How was your life? I miss conversations in delivery rooms. In the hospitals, I miss conversations where people don't have time to nurture and understand the obstetrician or the midwife. They don't know each other anymore. We need to embrace that we're all humans and care for each other. So engage in your conversations and develop your observational skills. Always be curious, because curiosity got me here today. And seek the answers from your curiosity. And always be with women with an understanding that we're all unique and wonderful beings. So nurture our students, nurture the future. And with Julie, she's my sister. I'm a midwife, but she's my sister. She's my soul, because she often balances me when I've been through a medical mode or a traumatic time. She's there for me. She shares the same passion. We need people who are acupuncturists, acupressure, homeopaths, yoga artists, people who do meditation. We're all sisters and brothers. We're a team. We're not unique and we're no different. We all have beautiful things to give together. So I'm going to leave you back to Julie, and I send all my love to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene. That's absolutely beautiful. And Irene has so many stories to share and so much beauty in her soul. And exactly what she said, you know, we're all one family. And if we could just remember that not only all midwives, but as women, and there may be male midwives here. I think Dr. Abdul is here, possibly a midwife or a doctor, I'm not sure. But women are the mothers of humanity. And you're in the front row of this because you are a woman helping, supporting the birth of our new humanity. This baby that's entrusted to you in many ways, as you care for the pregnant mother through antenatal classes, as you help the mother to connect with herself, with her heart, to secrete her own oxytocin, to look after herself. You are in an absolutely unique position, and we need more of you. But I know that, for example, in the UK, there are thousands of midwives resigning, and we know why. We need to stop this. Do you agree with me? We need to bring love back, that we can have scientific talks about parenting or about birth and not talk about love, for me is an absolutely, an oxymoron? Something like that. Anyway, it just doesn't make sense. Why can we not talk about love? Why can we do synthetic oxytocin? But oxytocin is simply our love hormone. It's our love. It's the love of a mother for her baby. It's the love of the midwife for the women that she's caring for. We need to bring love back to the center of our world. So our own world for love of ourselves, for our bodies, for taking care of ourselves, for our own families, for the families that we serve. And if we do that, we will have a thriving human family and a thriving planet. And that's what we need to focus on. We can do it. It's the women who will do it. I have absolutely no doubt about that. And who is that? Each one of you. Put love at the center of everything you do. You will benefit the first because you will have far better health, far better relationships. It's easy to love. It's easy just to go around and say, I love you, my cat. I love you, the stars. I love you, the sun. Just start loving, walk to work, go to work, drive to work, saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, my boss. I love you, the women I serve. I love you, I love you. And you will secrete oxytocin and your immune system will increase. Your whole health will improve. We all know this. It's not rocket science, right? So let's create a bomb of love in the whole world. And let's stop all this fighting. It's the mothers in the world who are going to say, right, boys, we've had enough. We've had enough of this violence. Let's do it differently now. And that is women's empowerment. And really, it starts with you because you can give this to the mothers that you serve. You can teach them and show them that loving is okay. In fact, it's the only thing that's okay. All the rest is not really okay. Because once you love, your health improves, your intelligence improves, your intuition improves, everything improves, your relationships improve. Why are we not allowed to say and put love in the middle, the front of everything? So thank you all so much for being where you are. Let's connect in that oxytocin. Let's see it and feel it going around the world to every single human being, and imagine that every baby coming into the world will be able to thrive right from the start. And we can turn this planet Earth, this spaceship, planet Earth, around. And we, the women together, will be able to create this one global family that's thriving. That's my mission. And I would like to invite you all to join together. And join together just means be in your heart, and then we are together, wherever you are. So thank you, Layla, for inviting me. And Lillie Mum's Excellence Center is absolutely fantastic. And Layla's doing a wonderful, wonderful job. So are you all. Thank you all so much for inviting me. And that's it. If anybody has any questions, I don't know how we're doing for time. I'll leave that up to Layla.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julie. You're always inspiring us. Really, I always love your events and the way you teach us about humanity, how to make peace. I love it and learn many things from you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and thank you for your beautiful teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Kate, over to you. I think there is no question.
Yeah. So going forward with love in our hearts, our next presentation will move on to Marianne Littlejohn. Marianne is a professional independent midwife, and she's been practicing for the last 38 years in South Africa. She attends home births and has just commissioned and opened the Natural Centre in Raisthorpe in South Africa. She has attended over 2,000 births over the years, and she has an honours degree in psychology, a diploma in nursing and midwifery, and a certificate in occupational health. Thank you so much for joining us today, Marianne. We look forward to hearing your experiences in South Africa. Oh, you're muted again, aren't you? I'm sure Syed's going to unmute you now. We can't hear you yet, Marianne.
Mute.
Oh, that's good. That
okay.
worked.
Is
well,
that better?
Yes.
Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes?
We can. Yes. Do you have slides to share?
Super.
As well?
Thank you.
Oh, great.
Can you hear me loudly enough?
Perfect.
Great. I'm just going to lean forward so I catch the mic here. My Mac is a little bit old. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Julie, for that very inspiring talk. First and foremost, I'm going to come at this with a slightly different tack. I am a person with my own trauma. And it is as a result of my own trauma that I have become a midwife and am passionate about looking after women and being a facilitator for births and helping to mother mothers, helping them to mother their children. I trained in 1981 at the then largest hospital in the Southern Hemisphere, Tygerberg Hospital. And I don't know if you can imagine, I grew up on a farm and went into this huge edifice straight from the farm. And it was absolutely overwhelming. And I went from watching farm animals mate in the field and give birth in the pen and drop their foals in the stable. And I was sent from that to watching what perhaps was a woman under a whole lot of green, sterile cloths with just her vagina showing. And it was really, really a shock. I then became pregnant and gave birth at home 9 months later to my own son, my firstborn. And inspired by my best friend, Patricia Turngren, who was a childbirth educator, and of course, Ina May Gaskin, I set up my own home birth practice, and I started to learn from the women themselves out of the hospital setting. So this journey intertwined itself with my life over the last 40 years. And I can't say that I have a life separate from my midwifery. And I've been through several crises, and recently, going through menopause, I sat down and thought very hard, how can I define myself other than being a midwife? And I think that was a very important journey, spiritual journey for me. And I want to share a little bit about what happened during my second pregnancy. I had a breakdown, an emotional and mental breakdown. And the memories of my own birth, my own childhood, and what my own mother had done to me came flooding back. I went on to give birth to my baby unassisted at home. And it just brought home to me how important this work was that I was doing, and how if we could heal ourselves as midwives first, that as midwives we come to our work with trauma, and if we haven't worked through our trauma, we resonate with trauma. So we seek out situations where we will be traumatized, and the hospital for me was clearly very traumatizing. And if we work through our trauma, we can then hold the space for women in our care. And believe me, at least 60%, if not more, of women come to birth with sexual trauma, violent trauma, abusive trauma, trauma done to them by their mothers, their fathers, and their births. And so this has informed my journey, and I identify both with the mothers and with the babies. And yeah, I spent the last 30 years reprocessing and healing myself, as well as facilitating the healing of mothers and babies to heal themselves. I subsequently studied an honors degree in psychology and parenting, and I'm busy with a diploma in infant mental health at the moment. I did want to mention, somebody mentioned about people who go into hospital and they should, I think it was Gail Johnson, about people who should prevent the cesarean. What's interesting to me in my practice is that I have a lot of women come to me for VBACs, and I started attending VBACs, vaginal birth after cesarean, in probably about 2010. So I've been attending them more often ever since then. And the women come because they're going through a spiritual journey, and that journey has to do with the trauma that they experienced during the childbirth and obviously prior, but it's focused around the experience of their birth and of having their autonomy robbed from them in the first birth, and sometimes 2 or 3 births. So I've attended or facilitated the birth of natural childbirths of women who have had 1 cesarean, who have had 2 cesareans, who have had 3 cesareans, and was probably the first person in South Africa to attend a natural childbirth after 3 cesareans. And I know someone who's given birth after 5 cesareans. She gave birth unassisted. And I am currently assisting someone who wishes to give birth after 6 cesareans. So, yeah, that's on the edge. But the point I want to make is that these women are finding themselves. So I want to say that we're all on a journey, and that it's not right or wrong, and that everyone, the obstetricians, why are some obstetricians so keen on cutting women? How were they born? Very often you'll find that they had traumatic births, traumatic vacuum deliveries, or traumatic forceps deliveries, or high forceps, because I'm talking about the older guys who I grew up with, because that was popular at the time. And so they unconsciously are vowing never to do that to another person. So we don't know the story behind someone who wants to do many, many cesareans, you know, and there's a story behind it. And so I've become quite aware of these stories. And even when I facilitate natural childbirth, also try and be very aware of the story behind the story. I work with women and I facilitate water births, gentle births, active births, family births, delayed cord clamping, undisturbed birth, and undisturbed first hour of the birth. And I was just so excited to listen to the lady from Lebanon who gave that wonderful presentation on delayed cord clamping. Now, you know, I've been aware of this research and the method of delayed cord clamping for many years, and wanting to share it with people. But now I find myself, I'm tired and I don't have the energy of a young person, and I'm not a very good campaigner, but I'm very good at being at a birth, and I'm very good at waiting. So we birth the baby, the mother births the baby, and then we wait. And when she pushes out the placenta, we put it in a little bag and we put it next to the mother's body. We tie it up so it's secure, and baby sits with a cord attached to the placenta until the mother and the father are ready to sever the cord. And they're unaware. They don't know that it's done differently in a hospital. This is, for them, it's just normal. So that's very exciting for me. I mostly work one-on-one with clients. I obviously do childbirth education classes, but the best part for me is working one-on-one. And I bring the women into the clinic, and everything is about health, where they come from. One of the questions I ask them is, how did your mother give birth? And I asked someone that question yesterday, and she said to me, my mother's not alive anymore. I don't know. And if I hadn't asked that question, I wouldn't have learned that her mother has died and that she's motherless and she's going to have her first baby. And yeah, so that was an eye-opener for me, and also an eye-opener for her, because it got her thinking about, how was she born? Perhaps there's an aunt she can ask, or someone in the family who might know. The health of the mother, I'm really fanatic about the health, the diet, and the lifestyle. And women from all socioeconomic groups come to me. So some women eat a very, very basic diet, and other women eat junk food, and other women eat well. And I try and tailor my advice so that this woman will eat better. We have a very high rate of diabetes in pregnancy in South Africa, and pre-diabetes. And we have probably the largest babies in the world because we grow genetically modified food, maize, soya, wheat. It's all genetically modified, and the staple diet of people in Africa is maize or sorghum, but in South Africa it's mostly maize. So the first leg of opening the childbirth center is the health of the mother. And the second one is that we wanted to create a safe, clean, but simple environment for women in this area of South Africa. Obviously we have all the sterile plastics that we need to have, and we have collaborated with a local obstetrician who is our backup should we need to transfer. There was a story though that I wanted to share about sterility. And first of all, I'm a Semmelweis fan. I don't know if you know about Ignaz Semmelweis. I have to tell the story every time. Ignaz Semmelweis realized that the midwives who washed their hands were safer for the women than the doctors who didn't wash their hands. And the women didn't die when they were being cared for by the midwives who washed their hands. But when the doctors worked with the women, they died of puerperal sepsis. And poor old Ignaz Semmelweis was incarcerated for his wisdom and possibly murdered for speaking out about what he'd noticed in order to try and save women. But another cultural habit that women had in those times, that Semmelweis was an Austrian, but in Britain, round about that time, the women who were served by midwives didn't get sepsis, and the women who were served by doctors did get sepsis. And one of the things the midwives used to do was they would come into the house, have a look at the woman and say, I'm going to light a fire for you. And they would light a fire. They would take the coals, they would clean out the hearth, and then they would light the fire. And in the process of lighting the fire, the hands would be seared with the flames. And in the process of searing with the flames, the midwife's hands became sterile. And that to me is just, there's so much wisdom in culture that we don't know about, that we haven't put two and two together. And Ignaz Semmelweis put two and two together and they wouldn't listen to him. So I guess the message is keep speaking, keep doing what we know is right for women. Freedom to move around, and the midwife needs to be observant but unobtrusive. With her midwife skills, she needs to not interfere. She needs to sit on her hands, and it's very, very hard to do because in a hospital environment, we've been taught to interfere. Warmth, semi-darkness, privacy stimulate melatonin and oxytocin, and they work together. So a woman, her labor works best when she's alone, when she's private, when she feels safe. She's got someone with her who she knows her stuff. She's not being observed. She's not being stared at. She's not being put on a time clock. And she's warm, and it's a little bit dark, and her melatonin can be secreted. Upright positions for birth, that relates to care of the perineum. Women should be giving birth with their legs closed. Babies don't come out from the pubic bone. They come out the back. And mostly I have women standing, kneeling, squatting, or sitting. So, and if they are on the bed, side lying is very good for keeping the perineum intact. So we have quite a high rate of intact perineums and a very low rate of tears, which we do stitch up if we have to. Holistic healthcare, you've talked about holistic healthcare. Who was it? Not Julie. What's your name? Julie's friend. Sorry, I forget your name. You spoke about holistic care, so homeopathy, Irene, hello, Irene, thank you. Homeopathy, chiropractic treatment, dancing, yoga, herbs, and so on and so on. They all play a role as well as the diet. We have postnatal follow-up, and then early parenting and infant maternal attachment. So we include all of these things in the way that we care for women at the Childbirth Center. And I think I'm just going to end here because I've talked enough. And the question I'm going to ask is, what have I learned? And what came to me was, I've learned that I don't have to work so hard because mothers give birth. Thank you very much for listening and for inviting me. I really, really appreciate the audience, and I appreciate the opportunity to raise my voice and be a part of the International Day of the Midwives with the Lillie Center. Thank you so much, Leila.
It's so great to hear your voice, Marianne. You've got so many important messages to share. I wonder maybe in the chat it would be useful if everyone popped in what they've learned, because I think it would be really helpful to reflect on what we've been hearing and how important these messages are. So we're so...
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marianne. It was so inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Leila, maybe we should you can invite our next speaker, shall we?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you so much for this beautiful talk. And let's go for the next speaker, Fatemeh Qudsi. She is MSc in Midwifery Counseling, instructor in Medical University of Qom from Iran. Welcome, Fatemeh.
She's muted again.
Yeah. Thank you, dear Leila, for your introduction. I would like to say hello to everybody. Happy International Midwife Day. It is a great time for me that I wanna to present my review article. So without any wasting time, I wanna to share my
Oh, we've lost you. Are you co-host? Can you share your screen? No.
Just a minute.
I thought you'd got totally cut off then. I'd lost you.
Okay. I wanted to present my review article, which is about the effect of courses of prenatal care on reducing of fear of childbirth. Childbirth is a natural phenomenon, and its mechanism is a spontaneous process with no need for any intervention. In some cases, valid indications are required to intervene in the natural childbirth process. For example, when a cesarean section or CS is necessary to keep the mother and newborn alive. But as we know, there are just a few cases which we need, such as this operation. But unfortunately, as you can see in this bar chart, the percentage of live births delivered by cesarean section have risen in all parts of the world. In 2010, a review study showed that out of 137 countries, about 69 countries had a cesarean rate greater than 15%, which is higher than the acceptable rate according to WHO. Notably, In this study that I mentioned, the name of the study here, Iran with 41.9% was recorded as the second country with the highest rate of cesarean section after Brazil. Other studies in Iran show that more than 70% of cesarean sections were reason. 92% of such cases were performed following the request of pregnant women. Pregnant women who were scared or concerned about the side effects of NVD. Fear of childbirth or tocophobia may result from fear of the pain of labor, prenatal injury, and newborn death or injury. Fear of childbirth is mainly associated with increased labor pain, prolonged delivery process, and unpleasant labor experience. This fear also can be increase the postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety, and also it can increase surgical interventions. It is of note that fear of natural childbirth as an unexperienced event is more common in primiparous women. Okay, what should we do for these problems? According to articles, educating and preparing pregnant women for normal delivery is a great strategy to decrease the cesarean section rate and also fear of NVD. The prenatal periods education provides a valuable opportunity to improve misconception and misinformation about childbirth, reducing the fear and increasing the self-efficacy of childbirth. Unfortunately, for many years in Iran, the conventional surveillance schedule of prenatal care included only measuring height, weight, blood pressure, and fundal heart, and listening to fetal heartbeat. Education and consultation programs on labor and better pregnancy control have been inadequate. For this reason, the Health Ministry of Iran has been providing childbirth preparation programs for pregnant women since 2014. Classes start as twins week of pregnancy and are 8 sessions long and finish at 37th week of pregnancy. Sorry, do you have my slides?
No, the screen's gone blank. It's a black screen. We have it back.
Following various relaxation techniques and education and training methods, such courses aim to relieve pain during labor and reduce the fear and anxiety of mothers. Deep breathing techniques and muscle and mental relaxation methods are examples of methods in childbirth preparation programs. The present study is a review of articles published by Iranian and others focus on the impact of prenatal care courses on reducing the fear of childbirth and preferred cesarean section. We selected articles published in 2014 when this national program started to 2020. Available in PubMed, Google Scholar, Science Direct, Scopus, SID, and Iran Medex databases. In total, 385 articles were found, of which 12 articles were selected after applying including and excluding criteria and removing duplicates. And our results. As you can see in this chart, the index of cesarean section in country was decreased by 6% immediately after the implementation of the program, and then it was constant for a long time. the implementation of the program promoting the natural childbirth was relatively effective in decreasing the rate of cesarean section in Iran. Ahramani et al. In 2016 showed that women's decision when choosing the type of delivery and the level of anxiety during pregnancy and childbirth differs between case and control with a statistically significant result. And also Firuzbakht et al. In 2014 state that the score of anxiety, the pain of visual acuity in the transition phase, and the pain of visual acuity in the active phase, and episiotomy pain were different statistically between two groups. Moreover, Andreon et al. In 2017 supposed that the self-efficacy and the rate of normal delivery in the participants were higher than other groups. This study showed that women who showed high self-efficacy experience a lower level of fear and pain and greater childbirth satisfaction. On the other hand, Mehrabi et al. In 2018 reported that the fear in trained women of the intervention group increased significantly compared to control group. Also, according to Lillie et al. Study, the post-trained skill of fear was increased in the trained women. They concluded that training courses for women in the study area showed an inverse effect, resulting in more fear of women. As a result, a change of concept in training programs was suggested. Former Ahimi et al. In 2016 reported that the rate of cesarean section of the group and internal training was not significantly different from the untrained group. I should mention that a literature review in 2020 reported that only 30% of Iranian pregnant women participated in this national program. Their lack of knowledge and access is one of the main reasons withholding them from training participation. This program has been running for about 7 years, but unfortunately only in some of Iran's major cities. As a conclusion, I have to say to decrease the rate of cesarean sections and the fear of NVD, we need long-term programs. To improve the negative attitudes towards NVD, such programs should be complete and comprehensive, available for pregnant women and also care workers who deal with NVD. And we hope that an adequate number of health centers are provided so that physiological delivery services are also accessible for pregnant women in small villages and towns. We also advise on further research on developing new childbirth control methods such as hypnosis, auricotherapy, acupressure, and massage. And midwife counselors can play an influential role in reducing fear and anxiety and changing the inappropriate culture of elective cesarean section. It is anticipated that a combination of midwifery knowledge and counseling techniques, skills offered by midwife counselors, can considerably identify, manage, and treat tocophobia. This is my all references that I used for creating these articles. And I should say thank you for your attention. And also I would like to thank to Lillie Excellence Center for holding this webinar. I do hope this webinar will be a great start to international cooperation, research and education, and also we will see after this meeting more international collaboration in midwifery. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Fatima.
I'm ready answering your question.
Yeah, thank you so much for your beautiful presentation. We are so proud of you as one of our wonderful research team member. So keep it up, and if anybody have any question, we have shortage of time actually. I think for a question only we have 1 minute, please.
I
yes.
talk a little fast, just for we don't have enough time. Sorry
yes,
about.
Thank you so much for considering this shortage of time. Thank you. I guess there is no question. Thank you. Okay, so let's go for next speaker. Dr. Kate Likely, Clinical Research Fellow, Senior Research Unit, University of Liverpool from UK. Our beautiful Dr. Katie, welcome.
So I think I've talked quite enough this evening, so I will skip over some of my slides, but there are some points that I feel we really need to make, and that is looking at the research data and what that shows about just how important investing in midwives is to empower women. So I wanted to just touch on a few things in this presentation, which I'll skip over now, but just to say about the data supports advocating for midwives and continuity of care and midwifery care for all women around the world. And I think the theme of promoting the data, sharing the data is such an important aspect of the advocacy that we need to share with everyone, especially policymakers and women themselves, that they know that that's what the data supports and that's what the evidence says. Secondly, I wanted to just share my own experiences of being a patient as a woman delivering babies through midwifery-led care, briefly touch on some of our research data and what women want, and then really get your opinions on the information that women need the most to empower them with birthing decisions. So follow the data, invest in midwives. And I think this document has been released today, the 2021 State of the World Midwifery Report. And I strongly recommend that everybody reads it and shares it with their colleagues, anybody who has any interest in the subject area, because it's such a convincing read. Over 90% of all sexual, reproductive, maternal, newborn, adolescent care can be delivered by midwives. And yet midwives only represent less than 10% of the global workforce. We've all heard such wonderful, inspirational presentations this evening. I don't need to tell you guys how wonderful and how important delivering quality and respectful care is, because I'm preaching to the converted, but midwives really offer that, and it's important to let everybody know. Midwives can save lives. So there's some research studies, and I think Mary mentioned the Lancet series about the impact of universal coverage of midwifery care for women throughout pregnancy and during labour and the postpartum period. And actually, if there was universal coverage of midwifery delivered interventions by 2035, 4.3 million lives could be saved every year. And that's including maternal deaths, newborn deaths, and stillbirths. Even if we look at much more conservative estimates about increasing coverage of midwifery-led care, at 25%, you can still see around 40% of maternal deaths and newborn deaths can be averted, and even a modest 10% could avert 22% of maternal deaths, 23% of newborn deaths, and 14% of stillbirths. Not only do midwives save lives, actually investing in midwifery from a national policy perspective is a cost-effective intervention. Midwives are life-saving, their health improving, and system strengthening potential is huge. But of course, midwives have to be well educated, adequately trained and given the supportive working environment to allow midwives to deliver the care that they've been trained to deliver as part of a supportive team. And of course, gender inequality is a massive issue around the whole world. And that affects not only the women that we care for, but also the women who we work with as colleagues. And I think gender equality and promoting good working environments which are well supported is a really important aspect which this document highlights. There's a massive shortage of midwives. Almost 900,000 midwives will be needed to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, which with the current workforce we will not meet. And therefore it is to governments and policymakers and advocates to make these high-level decisions, strategic decisions about workforce planning, which will allow us to meet our goals of ending maternal mortality. So I just have included these slides really just to give you a flavor of the document and hopefully encourage you to have another look at it. So investment is needed in workforce planning, management, working environments, high quality education and training, models of care which are led by midwives, not obstetricians, and midwifery leadership, governance, and senior positions in the government, research, and education. Midwives should be the ones to drive policy in this area because that is their area of expertise. So, in summary, midwives promote the health and well-being of women, adolescents, and newborns. They put safe and effective care within the reach of more people, could save millions of lives, contribute to national and local economy, and contributes towards women's empowerment and gender equality. So of course, as a researcher, I'm interested in the data and what the research shows, but actually as a mother, as an individual, I wanted to just share the story of my girls and why my middle daughter says that she's a mermaid. So actually, the way that obstetric and midwifery services are set up in the UK is that actually midwives look after a patient all the way through pregnancy, right from booking, during the labour, and then in the postnatal period as well. Obstetricians aren't the routine carers. They only come in and out when consult, advice, or potentially intervention is required. Bella, my younger daughter here in the pink mermaid outfit, was born in a pool, and she knows that she's a mermaid, and she's very proud to tell everybody that she was born under the water and therefore she's a mermaid. But what do women want? And I think that's also critical. One of the studies that we're doing at the moment is looking at induction of labour in women in India who have hypertensive disorders. And actually, if you look at all of the research done around induction of labour, only a tiny fraction actually evaluate women's perceptions of the methods, of the experiences, or in fact, anything to do with the women's perceptions. So as part of this study, we're doing a full qualitative alongside study, but I just wanted to share some of the pilot data from a survey that we're working on called the Mother Generated Birth Satisfaction Index. And this is just one of the routine forms that we ask women to fill in as they take part of this study, of course, if they're happy to do so. And we're asking all women before and after their birth, what is important to them now at this moment? How are you feeling? What's most important? And actually what's coming through again and again through this pilot data that we have is what's important to women is the baby, the health of the baby, the safety of the baby, but also of the birth and the delivery process and of the mother. But very crucially, women want normal birth. And obviously every culture is different, but in this specific culture, women are very strongly saying they want normal birth. And actually postnatally, many women are sad that they've had a cesarean section. It's not what they would have chosen. And there's one quote that comes through again and again, trouble for 2 months or trouble for 2 hours. And actually that's the way women in this population see it. The trouble for the normal birth for a short period of time, or trouble after a cesarean section for months, which could cause them problems for life. So it's really important to hear those voices of what women want. But I don't need to tell you guys that, you already know this. The final thing that I just wanted to bring to the table, because you guys are the absolute experts in this area, is about a project that we're working on with the Global Library of Women's Medicine. So we believe that empowering women with education and knowledge could be one of the biggest tools to unlocking some of these issues. However, actually organizing that kind of program is very challenging. There's problems of language, of literacy, and how do you reach the women who need the information the most? So the Global Library of Women's Medicine is an existing resource which typically makes videos and texts and things like that to train healthcare professionals. They're the educational platform for FIGO. They have a wide reach and they have ambassadors in 120 countries around the world. GLOWM's new project is called Healthy Women, Healthy Families, Health Education for Women in Their Communities. And what we are aiming to achieve is to create a series, a large series of short animated videos for women, their families and their communities containing simple healthcare messages. As well as those videos, that information will be supported by texts, which people can access on their phone, and there'll be links to further information. I'd like to ask you guys as the experts as what you think these videos should be on. What should the topics be? What should the content be? If you know anybody who'd be keen to help write these videos, who can get women's involvement, I'd be really, really keen to hear more about what input people could have, because I think this is one tool where actually we would potentially be able to make a big difference. The whole beauty of these videos is that actually they can be translated into any language on earth. So the whole concept is to make the video animation and the voiceover split, so that actually where willing volunteers come forward, they could be translated into any language. So I'm so aware that we're short of time and I don't want to keep us any longer, but please do type in the chat your views on what would be the most important topics to cover. And if you had any ideas on what women want or anyone wants to contribute, please do let me know. And I really look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate your help and support as a very important team member of Lillie Excellence Center. After every event, I and entire team relies more and more on you. Thank you so much. Dear friends, please, if you have any questions, please. Thank you. Gail.
I'm very impressed. I'm very interested in the videos, but I would like to be able to contact some of these people and say, you know, what can I do? How can I support you? What can I share? So like Marianne, I don't have Marianne's email address. I don't have Kate's. Marianne, I want your email address. Fatima, you're wonderful, but I don't know how to just phone. I can't even write them individually and say, I love you. I think you're great. I haven't seen Marianne for like 100 years. You know, I would, and I don't know how I lost your email, but in Fatima, I know comes to lots of classes, and yeah, come on guys. I want to just personally thank them all individually, but I don't have all your email addresses. I am so happy.
Yeah, we will collect all of the contact details and share with you, dear girl. We have to start from now.
I'll tell you what, I will give you all my email address and then you can write me midwife.international @gmail.com.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
Yes, because that way, if they want to talk to me, or if they don't want it, they won't contact me. midwife.international@gmail.com.
Very good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think there is no more questions. So if you're okay, let's go for the next speaker. Dr. Nural Hoda Ezzedine. She is pharmacist and IBCLC. Please, Dr. Nural Hoda, welcome. We can't hear your voice, Dr. Nural Hoda. No, you are not audible.
Test. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you just allow me to share my screen so I can put the presentation, please? Okay, great. So breastfeeding is something I'm really passionate about, and this is why I chose to become a lactation consultant. And today I hope that after this presentation, women would feel more empowered to take the decision to breastfeed, and they would really trust their milk. So major health organizations like the UNICEF talk a lot about the first 1,000 days of life and how important this is. And this is actually because the first 1,000 days of life, and this is the combination of the 270 days of pregnancy with the first 2 years of life, they really make the foundation for everything related to health, growth, and neurodevelopment for the baby. And they will set the foundation for his whole life, and they will impact his whole life, not just his childhood. And this is why we pay a very special attention to nutrition during these days. And since breast milk is the optimal source of nutrition for babies, the World Health Organization recommends breastfeeding exclusively for the first 6 months of life, and to continue to breastfeed for up to 2 years and beyond. So they technically cover the whole 1,000 days. And breast milk is really not just about nutrition. So it's not just about fulfilling basic nutritional needs. It's really a nurturing relationship. It's about bonding. It's about responding to baby and attending to his needs. So if we're gonna talk about the nutritious part, this is just a visual to compare breast milk to formula and to see how much components exist in breast milk but are not present in formula. Yet formula is judged to be to meet the basic nutritional needs for babies and for young children. But you can see that breast milk has a lot more. It has growth hormones, enzymes. It's also alive. It has antibodies. It has stem cells. So it's really perfect for baby's development, and it promotes his health. So just by seeing this picture, you can imagine how much benefits breastfeeding offers. So it's ready. It doesn't need to be heated, doesn't need to be sterilized. It's customized according to baby's needs. And of course, it's environmental friendly. But if we want to talk about the health benefits part, we all know that it helps the baby build a stronger immune system, and it helps him fight infections. And this is commonly known. But what's really magical about breastfeeding, that the protection it gives the baby is really also long-term. It's not just this short-term protection against illnesses. It really decreases the risk of obesity, diabetes. It protects about cancer, about leukemia, and it also reduces the risk of sudden infant death syndrome, asthma, allergies. And on the other hand, it promotes his development in the best way possible. So they would need less orthodontics, they would have less speech problems because they would have a better oral development, and they actually score higher on IQ tests. And these are just the highlights about the benefits. There are really a lot more. But what's really nice is that breastfeeding is not just beneficial for the baby, it's extended beyond that, and it really impacts mother's health as well. It's very important in the postpartum period because it reduces postpartum bleeding and postpartum mood disorders, but it also provides long-term benefits such as reducing the risk of breast cancer, ovarian cancer, as well as osteoporosis and diabetes. And it has some nice benefit, like it might help some women lose the pregnancy weight that they gain. And I like to include this picture just to see that breastfeeding really works and on each and every little part of baby's body to promote the health and development. And at this point, if women are still wondering, what if I can't make it? What if I don't have enough milk? What if I can't breastfeed? So just to make to boost women confidence and to make them believe in themselves a little more, I'm gonna go over quickly about the milk production stages, and it actually happens on 3 stages. The first one begins in pregnancy, and this is why the progesterone is this is when the progesterone is very high, and it plays a huge role in breast development, and this will prepare the breast for lactating at birth. And women actually notice that. They notice the increase in breast size during pregnancy. And in addition to that, colostrum, which is the first milk, is produced also during pregnancy between the 16th and 22nd week. And some women can actually have colostrum leaked or might be able to express it, but it needs a special technique. So even if women can't express the colostrum, they should trust that it is actually there and it is available even if they deliver prematurely. So the idea behind having milk ready in the middle of pregnancy is actually having milk available even if for some unknown circumstances we have to deliver before term. And we move then to the second stage of milk production, which is at birth. And this is when the progesterone, the pregnancy hormones really drops down, and it gives the opportunity for the prolactin to level up. And this stage is automatic. So at this level, breast milk production will happen on itself. Whether we breastfeed or not, we will have milk produced. So after this stage only lasts for the first couple of days, and after the first week, we're gonna move totally into the third stage of milk production. And this is the tricky part, because this one is completely dependent on us and the baby. The third stage of milk production is actually ruled by the supply and demand process. And I'm going to explain a little bit about this process. So this stage is not automatic anymore. This is what I like to call a manual stage. This is when the baby suckles at the breast and removes the milk. When he empties the breast, our body will pick up the signal, oops, I need more milk, and it will start producing milk for the baby to be ready during the next feed. So the more the baby demands the milk, the more the supply is increasing. And for whatever reason, if a mom decides to reduce the frequency or reduce the time of the breastfeeding session, my body will pick up the idea that I don't need the milk that I'm producing, so I'm not going to produce it anymore, and will enter the weaning process. So it's very simple. It's a very simple equation. It's simple. It's a simple demand and supply process. And this is actually how our body works to produce enough milk for twins or for triplets, because this is how our body picks the signal. You know, we have twins, we have an increased demand, we should increase the supply. And this is really amazing, because our body produces milk, and it's really something that is readily available, and we just have to trust nature and how it works. So just to give you a boost, and what's really important to do in order to succeed in breastfeeding, it's actually to pay attention to the golden hour and to initiation of breastfeeding. The golden hour is the first hour after birth, and it's very important to initiate breastfeeding during this hour. It's important to start with some skin to skin and immediately to breastfeed afterwards. And I love all the talks that were shared in this webinar, because we really talked about natural birth, about dimmed light, freedom of movement. So the more the birth is natural, the more the baby and the mother are actually comfortable with breastfeeding and with this relationship, because nobody is actually staring at them. So they have the time to get familiar with each other. So once we put the baby skin to skin, we have to attempt the first breastfeed. And I'm going to tell you why this golden hour is really important. So the golden hour really starts with 9 stages for the baby. It starts with the birth cry, followed by relaxation, then awakening, and then some activity. So the baby might try to massage the area, maybe some hand to mouth activity, then he will rest, then he will have a little bit of activity more, then some rest. So it's really an alternation between a little bit of activity and rest. And once he is ready, he will pick himself up and start crawling towards the breast, and he will be guided towards the breast by the smell and by the shape of the areola that has the shape of a bullseye. It becomes a lot darker during pregnancy. So he will be guided towards the breast, and he will start crawling towards the breast. And once he reaches the breast, he will start familiarizing himself with the breast by touching, licking, rooting. And once he's ready, he will start suckling, and he will actually self-attach to the breast and start suckling to have the first feed. And these stages are actually usually followed by a long phase of sleep. And once the baby reaches the sleep phase, and this actually happens after 60 to 70 minutes after birth, but once the baby falls asleep, some babies are really difficult to arouse. So if the mother is in a hospital setting and she missed the golden hour and the baby entered the sleep phase, the hospital will put some pressure on her to give formula, because it's very difficult for the baby to arouse at this stage and to attempt breastfeeding, which takes a lot of effort and energy. So this is why it's important to take advantage of this golden hour and this window, and to start breastfeeding during this time. So just to recap, to have a good start, we should include breastfeeding in our birth plan. So when we imagine how our birth should be, we should always think about skin to skin and about breastfeeding. We should ensure immediate skin to skin contact after giving birth, and initiate breastfeeding as soon as possible, and preferably during the golden hour. And we should always keep the baby and the mother together, even now in COVID. We should, of course, avoid giving pacifiers, bottles, or formula. And the golden rule is to breastfeed on demand, and that's it. That's whenever the baby wants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It was nice and fantastic presentation. Actually, we believe on that, and we like all of our team. They do take care of this breastfeeding, the most important care at the time of the birth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, please? I guess we don't have any more time. So let's go for the last speaker and our young midwife. This cute midwife, Mahtab Satari. She's master in midwifery, Hamadan University of Medical Science from Iran. Welcome, Mahtab, please. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Happy International Day of Midwives. I'm so happy to participate in this celebration as a speaker from Iran. I think we are at the end of the celebration. I hope you have enough energy and don't be tired. And I try to speak speedily and explain about my article. I would like to talk about one of my article about aromatherapy. You know, most of women have stress and anxiety in their childbirth due to the fact that some of them don't have information or experience about labor process or about delivery, especially in primiparous women. So we can help them as a midwife to reduce their anxiety and their stress with different subjects such as complementary medicine, and one of the complementary medicine is aromatherapy. Okay, let me tell you about it in more details. I share my slides. My work is about the effect of aromatherapy with lavender essential oil on anxiety in primiparous women during childbirth. You know, the most common psychological reaction of women during childbirth is anxiety. Anxiety is an unpleasant feeling that occurs in people under a stressful condition. Anxiety includes physical and psychological symptoms of overstimulation. Physical symptom signs occurs such as muscle tremor, cramp, weakness, and autonomic system signs such as sweating, palpitation, dyspnea, and so on. Many nulliparous women are anxious during childbirth due to the lack of information or experience of childbirth and labor. The mothers are also concerned about the pain and fear of possible accidents for themselves or their child. During labor and delivery, anxiety, fear, and pain are like a member of a chain, and they continue as a cycle. You know, anxiety has most of complications, such as anxiety can be deterrent and influence on the phase of natural childbirth, and anxiety during and after childbirth affects the mother's initial interaction with the baby. Increased pain and anxiety by stimulating the sympathetic nervous system leads to an increase and catecholamine, which reduce effective uterine contraction and slows down the delivery process. Anxiety leads to affects maternal perception, and it leads to lack of proper cooperation with midwives and delivery team. I mean, mother can't have proper cooperation with midwife and delivery when she has anxiety, possibility of increased postpartum hemorrhage, and anxiety stimulate the pregnant mother's autonomic nervous system, which cause the smooth muscles of the uterine placental arteries to contract, thereby reducing uterine blood flow and delivering oxygen to the uterus and fetus. Now I want to explain about aromatherapy. Aromatherapy is a non-pharmacological method of relieving pain and reducing anxiety. Aromatherapy is one of the complementary medicine methods and is use of essential oil or aromas extracted from aromatic plants for a therapeutic purpose. This method is performed through smelling, inhalation, and massage. Aromatherapy can be effective in both psychological and physical way. Aromas activate the olfactory nervous cell and as a result, stimulating the limbic system. Depending on the type of aroma, neurons release different neurotransmitters such as enkephalin, endorphin, noradrenaline, and so on. Due to the connection between the sense of smell and the human soul and emotions, aroma can affect both body and soul, and smells can change emotion in humans. One of the aromatic essential oils that is widely used in aromatherapy is lavender oil. Lavender is one of the aromatic herbal products used in traditional Iranian medicine, the sedative and analgesic effects of which are emphasized by scientists. The exact mechanism of neurological function of lavender hasn't been fully determined, but may have similar effects to benzodiazepines and increase the effect of gamma aminobutyric acid. Lavender is a plant that has been reported to be safe for mothers in some studies, and studies have shown that the scent of lavender can decrease the perception of pain and reduce level of anxiety during childbirth in the nulliparous women. And now I explain about my work and my study shortly. Our study was a randomized clinical trial, and the study sample consisted of 70 women with first pregnancy who referred to maternity center, and samples were selected from women who were in the latent phase of labor and were more stable. Subjects were randomly divided into subject lavender essential oil and control group placebo treated. In the experimental group, everyone received routine maternity care. In addition to this care, we poured 2 drops of lavender essential oil with a concentration of 2% on the cloth napkin with the dropper, and attached the napkin to the collar of the cloth with a pin. We then asked them to breathe normally for 15 minutes. In the control group, we poured the placebo drop by dropper on the cloth napkin, and the rest of conditions were observed as in the control group. The level of the state and trait anxiety in both groups was measured before, 15, 60, and 90 minutes after intervention by using the Schulberg standard questionnaire. Findings show the mean age of women was about 25 in 2 groups, and the mean gestational age was 39 weeks and 4 days in the experimental group, and about 38 weeks and 6 days in the control group. In both groups, none of the women had a history of mental disorder, and all of them received prenatal care during pregnancy. Our results show that the level of maternal anxiety after inhaling the scent of lavender essential oil decreased significantly compared to before receiving it. You can see in the diagram. And however, it seems that this halation should continue because 90 minutes after inhaling, the level of anxiety decreased slightly. But the anxiety of the mothers in the control group increased significantly after receiving the placebo compared to before. Anxiety of mothers in the lavender aroma group was significantly lower than mothers in the control group. Totally, we do believe that while many mothers suffer from anxiety during the childbirth, and these anxious reactions can have adverse effect on the mother, fetus, and delivery process, the use of complementary medicine methods such as aromatherapy among this group, it is felt by women, especially the periparous mothers, due to the fact that their first experience of the labor and process and delivery room conditions. As a conclusion, aromatherapy by smelling lavender essential oil was effective on anxiety periparous women and reduced their anxiety, and aromatherapy can considered as one of the complementary medicine methods and as a simple, safe, low cost, and non-invasive method during childbirth and reduce the complication caused by anxiety. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mahsa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for Lillie Excellence Center for inviting me, and I hope this presentation was useful for you. If you have any question, I would like to answer them.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mariam, for your nice, beautiful message in chat box. And really, I love you. This beautiful, smiling face give us a very good feeling in this International Day of Midwife. Please, everybody, if you don't mind, can you please turn on your video, because we want to have the last picture of our closing ceremony. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the speakers and attendees for participating with us on this great day. A special thanks to the entire Lillie Excellence team for this great contribution to make this happen. So request you please to fill and send feedback form on your email. Let's meet again on our next even on 12 June, International Day of Family Health and Fitness. Dr. Kate, over to you.
I think really just the main thing is to say congratulations and happy International Day of the Midwife to each and every one of you wonderful people, and I hope that this evening has inspired everybody to continue the fantastic work that everyone is clearly already doing. And Layla, thank you so much. You are an inspiration, and I'm sure that your work is having massive impact on women all around the world. So well done.
Thank you so much, dear doctor. I love you so much. Thank you for staying with us. Please keep safe and come back to us for 12 of June 2021. Please. Thank you. Please turn on your camera and let's wave at each other and share your kiss and hug. I love you. Oh, thank you. I love you. I'm hugging all of you from the deep of my heart. Thank you. Have a nice time. Enjoy. Again. Bye. Thank you.